Reconvene to open session with nothing to report from closed session. And if you will then join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And that then takes us to, to student presentation. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, President Behringer. Today we have Pinyon Mesa Middle School doing our presentation. Before they get started, I just want to talk about how proud I am of their continued excellent work with PLCs. They've just continued to grow and flourish in their work. They're doing a wonderful job, as always, for years and years, nurturing positive relationships with their students. And then my last school visit, which was last week, went into a number of classrooms and just saw a lot of intentional instruction happening in the classrooms, and just very focused and in regards to tangible learning targets. So, excuse my voice, but I'll go ahead and bring up Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Am I on? It is my pleasure tonight to have some students and advisors here from some of our clubs on campus that provide service both to our school community and our community at large. So we have with us today some students that work as liaisons with our ELAC committee, which is our English Language Advisory Committee. Some of our CJSF officers are here today to talk to you. And we also have our TUPE group, which is our tobacco use and prevention education students. So first, we're going to give Ariana a big round of applause here because her partner from the ELAC group didn't make it tonight. So she's going to be all by herself, but she's going to be great. And Mrs. Pratt is with her.
Hello, I am Ariana Flores Turihan, and today I'm here to be talking about ELAC. I have been serving as a student representative on this year's ELAC committee. ELAC is our school English Learner Advisory Committee. I am a former English learner and now I'm fluent in both English and Spanish. As a member of the committee, I attend quarterly meetings and help take notes. Our ELAC parents have talked about their concerns, especially the safety of their students. One suggestion was to have more cameras at school. I like being part of ELAC because I can be helpful to the Spanish-speaking parents and let them know what it's like to be a student on campus. And I also think that parents like hearing from me more than the adults.
All right. And next we're going to have our officers from CJSF come up and join us.
CJSF stands for the California Junior Scholarship Federation. It is now over 100 years old, and it is a highly respected organization throughout schools and colleges. We have had an active chapter at Pinyon Mesa for many years, and with the club's mission, we have been able to improve our school and public communities. I am Emma Westerkamp, and I'm currently serving as this year's club president.
I'm Charlie Wayne, and serving as this year's club vice president. In order to qualify for CJSF, they must have a 3.5 GPA or higher, and a desire to serve those around us. So far this year, we have conducted a food drive, and we're able to donate over 700 items to our community's food distribution.
Last week, we went on a field trip to Cal Poly Pomona. We were able to hear about the college program and tour the campus. We saw the many different colleges and majors at the school and even got to buy our lunch at the food court. The main purpose was to increase our interest in post-high school education.
We have plans to help our community more this year, and we will be visiting Phelan Elementary campus to spend time with kindergarten and first grade students. Each member could complete service hours throughout the community. We are hoping to continue our honor club activities into high school and beyond.
Members in the club are looking forward to the recognition that we gain at promotion. We think CJSF offers a great opportunity to be involved in school and connect with each other, as well as improve the world we live in. We hope that there will be other club chapters at our district in the future to create a greater impact. Thank you.
Okay, then finally, we're going to have some students from our Tobacco Use and Prevention Club come on up and talk with you.
Good evening. My name is Avery Bartlett, and those are my fellow leaders.
I'm Isabel Abbott.
I'm Arwen Bartlett. I'm Sophie Solis. Keely Markley. And we are here to talk about our 2B Club, Tobacco Use Prevention Education. The purpose of our club is to raise awareness about the dangers of tobacco use and help our peers make informed decisions. We want to create a healthy, tobacco-free school environment. Let's play a quick game. Issa will be doing our quick game today, but before you play your fun little game, I would like to give a round of applause to our favorite Miss Bijan for doing this for us. Okay, now you can play your game. Good luck.
I will ask you a series of true or false questions related to vaping and tobacco use. Thumbs up if you think it's true, thumbs down if you think it's false. After everyone has chosen, I will review the correct answer and provide an explanation. The first one, vaping is safer than traditional cigarettes. False. Vaping carries health risk, including damages to the lungs and increases risk of addiction to nicotine. The next one, nicotine gummies can cause addiction poisoning if a child or teen consumes them. Fact, nicotine gummies can be mistaken for regular candies and pose a serious risk of nicotine poisoning if ingested, especially by a young kid or teenagers who are not aware of the dangers. Next one, vaping communities only target adults. False. Vape communities target kids and teenagers with all the bright ads and all the bright colors. Last one, vaping can cost an average person over $100 a year. Fact. Vaping can become very expensive. The cost of e-cigarettes, vape pens, vape juices, or aka e-liquids, can also add up very quickly over time. They can spend over to $900 to $3,000 a year.
Big tobacco companies are targeting young people with vaping products, flavored gummies, and even concealed vapes that are easy to hide. They can be designed to look like pens or other everyday items you can find in your purse or pockets. They make these products look fun and cool so that kids get hooked easily. They are coming in bright colors and characterized containers. Once kids start using them, or even any person, it's hard to quit, and these companies want that to happen so that they have lifelong customers to continue to buy their product.
Learning about the risks of tobacco is really important, especially because tobacco products can seriously affect our health. By spreading awareness, we help protect not only ourselves but our peers from these harmful habitats and chemicals that can last us a very long time. When we make the right choices early on in age, we're setting ourselves up for a healthier and much more fun future. This year, we have created a video that has shown students during our advisor classes to inform students about the dangers of tobacco and how it can get kids hooked on tobacco early on in age. We also made a lunchtime booth where students are welcome to come up and ask more information and questions.
These events allowed us to get the message out to a lot of students in a fun and engaging way. We're currently in the planning stages for more events this year. We're hoping to create even more opportunities to spread awareness and engage with our school community. Being a part of this club isn't just about raising awareness, it's also about finding a sense of belonging, meeting new friends, working as a team, and making a difference in our school. Thank you for listening to us today, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well done. Well done. Thank you for sharing all that wonderful information. Any comments from the board?
I haven't been that nervous taking a test in a while. You guys freak out like, gotta make sure I know this stuff. Wonderful presentations. Number one thing I want to note, and Ms. Bartlett, good job there. All your students were very articulate, well-spoken, and spoke with a lot of authority here. I think that shines bright for Quayle and all that. Ken Miller. I saw Bartlett over there. Ms. Miller, thank you. Speaks a lot about Piney Mesa and the students coming out, and just that presence that they all have. Very grateful for that, and thank you for all the students, taking such a big lead in leading your community. Appreciate it.
Any other comments?
I'll make. Oh, go ahead. It's a great job. I was going to say, great job. Appreciate you guys digging in, serving other people in each of these different groups. I mean, serving the English learners community, serving the people, whoever you guys are going out and serving, going to the elementary schools and doing that. That's really big. And then to be able to provide information for students on education for the tobacco use and the dangers that come. So thanks so much for doing that. I am curious, are we going to get to see that video? If we don't see it here, I don't know how long it is. You could also email it to each of us.
Share it with you guys, absolutely.
I would like that. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mrs. Miller, will you just, I briefly touched on your PLC work over there, but I know with your Coach Lori from Solution Tree, you guys have been doing some incredible work. Just in a few sentences, just kind of update the board on where you guys are at.
Yeah, I think, and we have had a little bit of adjustment this year with the change in our bell schedule because we went from having PLC time pretty much every single day to fitting it in on our Thursdays. So that's been an adjustment, and we've spent a little time this year kind of redoing some of the pacing work we did last year just because we went from those 73-minute periods down to 48 minutes. But we've been doing this journey a long time. We're making a lot of progress. We've been doing release time where we can for our teachers so they get some more time to work together. We're currently working on assessments and how we're using that data with assessments and making sure that we're getting valuable information out of the assessments that we're using, right? Our PLC coach is coming back in a couple of weeks. We have some release time for our math and English teachers while she's here. So we got a lot of good work going on there. You're welcome. Thanks, you guys.
Well, thank you for being here tonight and being such great representatives of Piney Mesa Middle School. I have a feeling Dr. Holman may have some comments.
First of all, I will say I love the word that you talked about multiple times. That was service, right? I look out here when you're in a service organization like CJSF, or you're in an important advisory committee that you are part of over here, same for you, or in 2D, right? Which is just an incredible initiative, right? That needs to be done everywhere. And just all have to know that you just really did a beautiful job showing how you're servant leaders. You really are. Be proud of that because you lead with service in your hand and in your mind, but most importantly in your heart. You're making a huge difference already. You will continue to do that throughout your lives. And I just have to ask anyone who's wanting to answer my question. I always have a question, so thanks for being there with me. This is where people like it.
I think maybe my wife did that before this started. And I wouldn't blame her too. I would say that everything I said, it was really good stuff to just know. But you know what? I'd also want to just ask real quickly, is someone willing to tell us why it's important to be involved in an advisory committee or a service organization or an important effort like this? Why is it important that every child get involved in some sort of club or organization? Gosh, Ms. Miller, it's too much pressure. Who should I pick? Yeah, thanks so much, Aaron.
I think it's important for students to be involved with a club at school no matter what. No matter if it's I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. CGSF 2 or the advisory. Personally, in my opinion, I love 2 because There's a lot of things that kids should know as little kids. They should know the dangers and they should know. I just think that it's good for everybody. I think everybody should be involved in a club. Like there's Christian club, there's book club, there's a whole bunch of clubs. So I think that a lot of students should be involved in like an after school club or something.
Love it, Arwen. Thanks for reminding me. You guys are calling it Toop now. We're so old. It used to be called Toopy, didn't it, Alan? Right back in the day. We're so okay. Thank you.
I used to call it toupee.
You talking about my hair there? What's going on? Oh, there we get it. We get it.
I think it's very important to be involved not only in clubs but in sports, because for sports it's just you could work out a lot, have fun with your friends, and just a bunch of stuff like that. And I feel like it's really important to be in like clubs, not even after school. It could be during the day, like sometimes or most of the time. I forget when it is, but we usually meet during fourth period. And we just go in Miss Boujon's room and talk about like what we could do, fun ideas. And being in a club really makes it fun because you can not only hang out with your friends, but you could also like be involved in more stuff. And instead of being like, and we don't want to leave anybody out, so that's why we have so many like lunchtime activities, or that's why we do stuff on the stage and stuff like that. And we're planning a upcoming event is a little spoiler here is we are doing a lunchtime activity, and we're thinking about a dunk tank, but we might get Chase involved, so
Hey, all right.
we don't know though, but yeah.
I think all in favor of volunteering Kurt Chase, please raise your hand. There we go. He's done. Yes. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
I think it's really good for students to get involved in these activities. For CJSF, they had given food to homes, I believe. Donated food.
Yeah.
We help kids, and we have Ariana who's helping parents understand what their kids go through. I really think it's very important for kids to get involved in that, because not only they can have fun, but they get informed of what's happening now, like what's happening in our modern day, which most students don't. Which I'm going to quote my 6th grade teacher here, Mr. Kavanaugh. He said, get involved in activities. If you don't like it, it's fine. You can try out for more activities. Just find out what you really have a passion for. And now that's stuck with me my 3 years I've been here, and I really found something that I really like, because I had struggled seeing people struggle with lungs and I have a group that helps with that. So I just think it's really important for students to get involved, because it's really fun and you can get really informed, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Miller. Wonderful answers all. Thank you too, President Barringer. Appreciate that.
What wonderful role models. Sure appreciate you being here and sharing with us. And we are going to go ahead and continue with our meeting, so we'll understand entirely if you have homework and need to be excused. Thank you for coming out tonight. That was great.
That was awesome.
Well, we're gonna do an audit.
And that takes us then to community comments. Are there no community comments tonight? So we will move on to adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think you're by yourself too.
We'll move on to adoption of the agenda.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
And your preferential vote?
I approve.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. That then takes us on to administrative, to the LCAP. And Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thank you very much, President Behringer. Typically, this item is at the very end. We put it up to the front for very important reasons because we have some very important guests who are going to be speaking to a very important issue, and that's right. Legislatively, ethnic studies has been asked of and been put in place across the state of California, effective in the coming year, right, or supposed to be. And so we're going to turn this over to Alan Miller. He's going to give an overview of our guest here and talk about the progress that we've been making on that in service of getting ready for next year. So thanks so much, Alan.
All right, thank you. LCAP goal number one, we're tying ethnic studies into the planning and the implementation. We have NTS and SHS here to give an overview of their work that's been going on at each one of the respective school sites. We'll bring them up in just a moment, but could you move on to the next slide there, Bob? I'm going to tie this into AB 101. I didn't see this slide on. Okay, but this is AB 101. So this is the incorporation of one semester of ethnic studies at the high school level, and they're going to be giving that overview in a few respective areas. If you could go ahead and move on to LCAP goal number one, Bob, the next slide. Okay. I think we have the wrong presentation here, Bob.
I think we're just going back in time just for a moment there, right? That's an old one,
Okay.
I think there, right? Yeah.
This is a previous. Do you have the recent presentation I gave you, Bob, today? I'll go ahead and read off my sheet, see if we can cue that up. So LCAP goal number one, in an effort to continuously improve student achievement, elevate student academic performance by fostering educator collaboration through professional learning community process, PLC. This involves prioritizing equitable access to rigorous curriculum, high quality standards-based instruction, assessments, and resource alignment strategies to guarantee all students attain college and career readiness. Specifically pertaining to ethnic studies today, just want you to kind of be paying attention to a few things here. Got a lot of key components here, but want you to pay attention to the cultural awareness piece. Students gain a deeper understanding of the histories, experiences, and contributions of diverse ethnic groups, promoting cross-cultural empathy and respect. The second one we want to be paying attention to is student engagement. When students see their own cultures reflected in the curriculum, they are more likely to feel connected to their learning and actively participate in class. And then actually I got third and fourth one, academic achievement. Research indicates that ethnic studies can positively impact student academic performance and graduation rates, especially for students of color. And then the last one is identity development. Exploring their own ethnic heritage can contribute to a stronger sense of self and personal empowerment among students. It's just a fancy way of saying we want all of our students to see themselves in the curriculum. So now, thank you, Bob. We've got the right presentation up. So we're going to start off with Serrano High School today. Josh Sullivan, supported by his principal, Mrs. Hanson. He's going to be going over several slides, just kind of giving us the framework and the update or the status of where Serrano High School is in their ethnic studies plan. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joshua Sullivan. I am the department chair for History Social Science at Serrano High School and also the AP Government Honors Economics teacher there. So with ethnic studies, we've gone to some conferences and we've looked at it and we've figured out that the best way to integrate it is not just in one class but in multiple classes. And so we are looking to integrate it into our world history, US history, and Gov Econ classes. And then also it will already align with a lot of the stuff that we're doing in AP Human Geography, Psychology, and Sociology as well. So content integration aligns with the California History Social Science content standards, especially ethnic studies standards that are supposed to be coming out as well. And the 4 pillars we put up there, which are identity, history and movement, systems of power, and social movements and equity, which for history social science, a lot of those things align already. And so it's really just providing our group with the necessary tools to be able to integrate that. And the way that we've looked at it is instead of going step by step saying, okay, you have to do this, you have to do this, it's allowing each individual teacher to kind of figure out like what their students need, like what their population is like, and then being able to incorporate what their population needs. So, and I'll have some examples of that in a second. Courses embed ethnic studies content through lessons and activities, through written projects, and through also assessments. Next slide. So we have been looking at several different types of curriculum, and a lot of the stuff we've been using actually has that. In fact, the world history book, when we started going through it with that ethnic studies lens, it already incorporated a lot of this. And so we started picking out different things. Jamie O'Keefe and I sat down one day over the summer and we just started listing all of the different resources that we had. And so we've been creating a resource list for world history and US history to where if you're in one of the units, one of the teachers can look at that and go, oh, that would work out really well and include that in my lessons now. And so we're trying to be purposely integrating something that is relevant to the students, because as we found out, if students actually feel like the material is relevant, then they will pay attention. And especially if it's a social aspect too. I know one of my former teachers, and I get to teach with him now, Morgan Reed, that he uses TCI a lot. And he said that before the ethnic studies integration, he started finding out from his students that a lot of them come from Latin America. And so they don't really know that much about the history of Latin America. So he started incorporating more purposely some of the units from TCI for Latin America. And he said that the amount of attention that he got from his classes actually went up. And so he's been instrumental in using some of the TCI. We also have like National History Day. The theme this year is rights and responsibilities. And so that works in perfectly. My wife does that through the film class. We took some students up just a few years ago to the state championships up in Sacramento. And Serrano usually performs quite well with that. But the rights and responsibilities is the theme. And so each of the students have the ability to figure out how that theme fits with whatever it is that they're looking at. And so even the theme for National History Day kind of fits in with the ethnic studies. I like to use the Bill of Rights Institute a lot. They have some great thematic approaches to different issues. And so teaching about econ most of the day, I can look on there for, like right now it's Black History Month, and so we can include something more from that area. For AP government, we have 9 documents that we have to go through, and one of them they've added is Martin Luther King's letter from Birmingham jail. And so that has a lot of integration right there. And so each of us have our own way of doing it. And so we are very appreciative of Principal Hanson allowing us that ability to kind of work within our wheelhouse, to feel more comfortable in teaching some of this, and to be able to meet the students where they're at as well. So go to the next slide. And the way that we've been developing this is through our PLC time. That each of our PLCs, mostly world history and US history right now, have been using this time to figure out what resources we have, creating that list, and then figuring out when we can actually integrate that into our curriculum as well. So with selecting course material, I'm thinking that book adoption is coming up again. So as we look at book adoption, with our world history book, it's actually been really good because we have these inquiry journals that actually delve deep into some of these topics that ethnic studies wants us to look at. And then revisiting the standards and coursing, we look at the standards, see how we can integrate that throughout the year, as opposed to, I always felt like it can sometimes be forced and it doesn't feel genuine. So the students kind of pick up on that. So we're trying to figure out ways that we can integrate it throughout the entire year, as opposed to just having a Black History Month or a Latino History Month or any of these. It's something that we're doing throughout the time. And when we originally looked at this, I thought the best way to do it would be incorporating it into a cultural and physical geography class, where you could do both, because we definitely need geography back because our students don't know where stuff is. And it makes it really difficult for some of this, but we've been integrating it into world history and US history. But what I like about the way that we've done it now is that we are getting kids throughout 3 years of classes as opposed to just 1. And I feel like we're being a little more intentional about how we're actually integrating it, and I think hopefully it will be working out well to where it's not just like, oh, this month we're talking about this ethnicity or race or religion, and this month we're talking about. It's actually woven through the course material throughout the entire camp. So that's what our hope is. So.
Real quick, Mr. Sullivan, if you want to stay at the podium.
Yeah.
Josh has to go teach a college class, and so just want to take this opportunity to ask Serrano any questions regarding any of the material they've covered before he leaves. So maybe he'll take off some of the heat off of Mrs. Hanson and answer those questions.
Any comments or questions?
Sounds like you got a good plan.
Yeah.
And track and field?
Yes.
All right.
Well, I appreciate your intentionality in weaving it within the curriculum. That's fantastic. And
I do just have one question. Do you see any concerns with the information that you guys are having to provide that differs from really what you're already doing for the most part?
What I like about the PLC process is we have more than one voice in there, and so we can look at it from different perspectives and different angles. And so something that I look at, like, oh, I'm going to use this, and I do not want to, because I see it from. So I mean, if you're looking at it as like, will we be using anything like offensive or possibly offensive? I think we're trying to do the best job that we can to be mindful of that, and then to try to make sure that we're presenting accurate material along the way. That's not really alienating anybody, but I feel like for our founding fathers, like their motto was "E pluribus unum," like by having the many come into one. And I feel like the ethnic studies can be that for us. That instead of like siloing people out as like you're this group, that by learning about each other, we come to understand each other better, and then we can be united in that front. So that's at least my hope for it. And so that's how I'm hoping that we're using this material. I can't speak for every classroom and every teacher, but that's what we've been trying to do with this. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I appreciate especially hearing from the department head. Obviously, that's your goal, is to not segregate or vilify a particular group, or and to unify. I think that's important. So I appreciate you saying that that's your guys' goal, and taking the material that's been given to you and adjusting it to the best you can to make it make sense for the kids. So thank you.
Just real quick, just to brag about Mr. Sullivan a little bit, I had the chance to visit his class on Friday. He was teaching his AP Gov class when I walked in, and doing some review on material, and also taking questions from the students. And I like the way he incorporated PBIS in his teaching practice. He was using the diamond bucks, right? So anytime a student would answer a question or would pose a question, he was right there with that incentive. So thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Yeah, my favorite class actually.
I'm writing it down in areas right now.
Shucks. 5 more diamond bugs.
Excellent. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
And then next, following Serrano, we've got our wonderful teacher from NTS, Ryan Huckaba, and he's looking sharp. And he's going to be presenting presenting NTS's plan, and he's supported by his principal, Chad Brooks.
Cover every possible.
That's right.
Just cover everything that we could possibly come up with. All the information that we're working.
I'll take those.
I've got a lot more. If you want us, I can just give you these top 2 and then give you an example of one of the syllabi that we are thinking about using when we. Okay, so and probably just one example. So, should I go into?
Yeah, please.
When we first started looking at this, I just wanted to give Mr. Brooks. Oh, by the way, I'd like to say Mr. Miller has been real champion of this, something that I think is really important. You were there at the beginning when we first started. I don't know if it was the first time you were introduced to it, but it was the first time I was introduced to it when we went down to Cal State San Bernardino. That was a lot of fun. It really showed me a lot of things that I never even considered, so I appreciate that opportunity. When I first started putting this together for Mr. Brooks, I wanted to give him an option of seeing what it would look like if we did a standalone class versus integrating the ethnic studies across all of our social studies classes. And then when we heard that that was what Serrano was doing, that kind of narrowed our focus to go ahead and mirror what Serrano was doing, so that we would be giving the students that maybe come down to us and then maybe want to return to Serrano the same experience. We didn't want to go too far off of what Serrano was doing. And honestly, I think it will be an easier integration to slowly incorporate pieces of the ethnic studies class into all of our social studies courses. I teach government and econ, and we have a first-year teacher teaching world history and U.S. history, and he's a great Mr. Schneid, and he's a great guy, and he's doing really well. And I've been kind of taking the lead on this just since I've been there for so long and been doing this for so long. What I've shown you here are a few examples. We thought we would start with 18-ish activities that we would incorporate throughout all 4 of our social studies classes. And I gave you an example of an econ syllabus with the ethnic studies courses incorporated into it. These are just examples, mind you. Mr. Schneid and I would go through the courses together to see what he would be more comfortable integrating into world history and U.S. history, and then I would take what I would be more comfortable incorporating into econ and government. But I figured I would give you an example of this. So right now, this is an example of an econ syllabus. I brought examples for U.S. history, world history, and government. If you want those, feel free. Just ask me. I'll bring them over to you. I didn't want to, instead of taking 20 minutes from me passing all these things out. I feel like I'm going way too fast here. Would you like me to go through the rest of the slides?
Yeah.
Okay. I think for me it was slide 6. I think this is the same one. What the question was, what courses will ethnic studies be integrated into at Chaparral and Snowline Academy? For Snowline Academy, we were planning on using one course offered through E2020. But again, like I've already stated, for us at Chaparral, we were going to incorporate it into government, econ, U.S. history, and world history. And then the next slide question was, how will NTS ensure that lessons include the experiences, contributions, and voices of historically marginalized groups, aligning with the state standards and fostering inclusivity? I couldn't say that properly. I apologize. What you pointed out earlier about making sure that we don't accidentally offend anybody is why we're going to stick strictly to state standard-based practices, so that we're doing exactly what the state wants. I included a few examples here of firsthand accounts that the state has recommended, listing these. We're definitely going to hit on the five key items: identity, race and ethnicity in the United States, history and movement, systems of power and social movement, and equality. We will ensure inclusion with primary sources. A few examples are the ones that were straight off of California state standards. How do I engage students in oral history projects? Online Archive of California, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And there's links to all of those there that you can see. They're included in the slide if you want to want to click on those. Let's see, the slide 8. The question was, how are teachers at NTS currently working together to update course material, ensuring the content is engaging, accurate, and seamlessly incorporated into the current curriculum? We're doing it with ethnic studies the same way we've been doing it for all of our classes to try, we don't have, we've got a slightly different situation with our PLC process. We don't have 4 or 5 social studies teachers. There's 2 of us. There's one science teacher. There's one math teacher. So our PLC focuses more on common assessments more than common practices because we're teaching such different things. But one thing that Mr. Brooks has been pushing across the board, not just with this ethnic studies, was to include cross-curricular assessments and cross-curricular learning targets. So we've already been trying to incorporate with world history, U.S. history, all the social studies classes, hitting our standards, but also reinforcing learning targets and standards in reading, standards in English, standards in ELA, math, science. So this is really just more of what we've already been doing this year, incorporating the ethnic studies standards into our social studies standards. I hope that answers your question, or the questions on the slide. Mm-hmm. See, is there any other? No, that's it. We're building lessons from the ground up that are aligned with history, social studies, content standards. Yeah, basically. So yeah, we're gonna do the same thing with ethnic studies that we're trying to do across the board with all of our classes. Any comments? I feel like I spoke way too fast. I'm so sorry. I told myself before I came up here, talk slower. However fast you think you're talking, however slow you think you're talking, slow down. I think I just ripped right through it.
It was fantastic. You had a lot of ground to cover.
I didn't want to bore you, and I didn't want to give you too much information, so I appreciate that.
Any comments or questions from the board? No?
Yeah, just reading this 18 weeks of lesson for ethnic studies, and this is straight from the state.
It's just a jumping off point. Wanted to make sure you guys knew that we were going to stick to the standards, and it would be easily implemented into our regular classes.
Okay. Yeah, definitely some hot items.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff in there that would have to be adjusted. A lot of things have to be taken, but I mean that's the case with every aspect of teaching, especially when you're dealing with teenagers. I mean, you have to take into consideration your audience, and you have to tailor it to fit that audience to make sure that you. The last thing anybody wants to do is alienate anybody, and then that's going to shut them off and not be receptive. So definitely, these are jumping off points merely. Once we have a chance to really finalize our syllabi, I would be happy to show you our finalized syllabus, just so you can get a better understanding of exactly how we're going to incorporate it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Definitely needs some massaging.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's straight from this California state standard.
Right.
The framework.
I figure that's why I was just wondering.
I would appreciate.
Absolutely.
Well, very good. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just a reminder that next year is GO time.
Yes.
Ethnic studies. So, the first graduating class being 2030, that it becomes a requirement. So just wanted to keep that on your radar.
Right. Yeah, this has been about 5 years in the making, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the legislation passed quite a while ago. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that then takes us to item I2, the Snowline Joint Unified School District Audit Report. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah. All right. We have Andrew Park here to talk to us about our audit.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. You know, I try to do this with a smile. I'm an auditor and no one likes me. So I try to do it with a smile, but it's a pleasure to be here. So just as a reminder, I work for the board. My sole function is to report to the board. I don't make any decisions, just so you know. But as far as what I'm auditing, what exactly am I auditing? So if you recall back in September, I mean, it's so long ago, September of 2004, you were presented with a document called Unaudited Actuals. Okay, what that document is an overall financial statement. And in that state, it was unaudited. My primary responsibility is to come in, audit, and report back to you. And there's a little bit of a sprinkle of other compliance areas that I'm supposed to audit under federal and state requirements that I also audit and also report to you. So I always mention this to any board that I present to. If you want to fall asleep, please read this. This is an excellent sleeping aid. I will guarantee you. So what am I getting at? This is actually a technical document. If you don't practice accounting, let alone governmental, there's no way you can understand this. Let's be honest. But however, as a board member, you need to focus on a very specific page, and I'm going to teach you how to do this. It's always an education when I present. Okay. So I understand you're on an electronic format, and I might butcher the page number, but it's going to be on page number 96. It's the actual page number, not the PDF page number. The header is called the Summary of Auditors Results. Okay. Let's see, President Barron.
I did read it cover to
Oh,
cover.
gosh.
I'm just that geek. Yeah.
I'll give you a lot of credit.
Well, it's actually in plain English. I think but I've been reading this for a good number of years. So.
Okay, so I'm.
I read it twice.
All right, looks like everybody's there. So this page is the most important page in our audit report. This literally summarizes how the audit went. Now, when you refer to this page, there's 3 very distinct sections here. First is on the financial statement, which is synonymous with your unaudited actuals. Secondly, it's your federal awards, or synonymous with federal compliance. And lastly, state compliance. Now, before I get into the results of how the audit went, I'd like to talk about some technical terms that I unfortunately have to use. Okay. Now, just like your attorneys, we are professionals and we render opinions. Okay. What does that mean? We can't be absolutely correct. Unfortunately, it's what we would call in our profession reasonable assurance. Okay. So it's a statistical approach, and based on a statistical coverage, we render a reasonable assurance. That's the nature of all auditors. Okay. So when it comes to an opinion, the highest level of assurance that we provide is an unmodified opinion. Okay. Unmodified, or that's synonymous with a pass. Okay. And then followed by a qualified opinion. So within the context of academics, it's passed with an exception. And then lastly, a disclaimer or an adverse opinion. That's basically synonymous with, we don't exactly know if you passed. We're not sure, basically. Okay. So within that context, please keep those terms in mind, especially the unmodified. So I'm going to go through each of the sections. First section is on the financial statements. For the fiscal year covering 23-24, which ended June 30, 2024, our opinion was unmodified with respect to your overall financial statements. We also did not identify any types of deficiencies related to your checks and balances that have been implemented to prepare the financial statements. Now, what exactly am I talking about? To overly simplify, if you process $1 within your financial system, how does that dollar get reported? Does it get reported as $1 or 80 cents or 90 cents? Okay, that dollar must flow as $1. Okay, so we didn't have any type of deficiencies. I do want to emphasize that it is an improvement year over year. We did have something in 22-23. That's no longer an issue. It has been implemented by Mr. Flynn's team. So I am happy to report that. I guess that's one we can use that.
Was that on the internal controls?
Yes. There was a slight classification of certain numbers during the 22-23 fiscal year that I unfortunately had to report. That has been addressed in the 23-24. So I guess it's a good news. Moving on to federal awards. So federal compliance is kind of unique. If a non-federal entity receives and spends $750,000 annually, you're subject to what's called a uniform guidance compliance, basically. Right? So just to kind of give you some context as far as 23-24 is concerned, Snowline Joint Unified School District spent $20 million. So clearly you were subject to this requirement, unfortunately. For the 22-23 fiscal year, we were required to audit the remnants of your one-time dollars as a result of COVID. You've heard the term ESSER. That was bulk of our audit. On top of that, we were required to audit your child nutrition cluster, which is basically a federally subsidized meal program. Okay. So based on those programs that we audited, our opinion was unmodified with respect to the district's compliance with these requirements. Okay? We also did not identify any type of deficiencies that had, as far as the checks and balances that are in place to ensure compliance with these requirements. So overall, it was a clean. Okay. Moving on to state compliance. So state compliance is kind of a unique area. I would say about 70% remains intact. 30% is kind of reactionary, unfortunately, based on what legislation is out there. Right? So ELOP, Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, was a brand new requirement. That's reactionary to the learning loss that, through the course of the pandemic that took place, and it actually took effect in 23-24. So a lot of that evolved. So for your information, if you want to know the full details of what we're required to audit for state compliance, they are going to be presented on page 93 and 94. Okay. This is, again, the actual report page number 93, 94. So when you go to this page, there's a huge table. It basically outlines all the compliance requirements that we're required to audit. And I also want to emphasize that when we audit these procedures, they're basically prescribed procedures. We don't come up with the procedures. It's basically, we're actually going through a debate on 25, 26 as procedures with the controller's office right now, but it's prescribed to us and we don't deviate from that. So going back, I went on a tangent here, but on this page, you're going to see some yes notations and not applicable notations. Yes notations indicate that the district administered the program, or you receive financial assistance, and as a result, there was strings attached. So yes means that we did audit it, and NA means that we did not audit it. So based on the audit procedures performed on all the yes notated programs, our opinion was overall unmodified with the exception of your Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. And hopefully, President Berenger, you read the report, so you've read the details of the nature of the finding that we have to report to you, unfortunately. But all in all, when you look at an audit report, no news is good news. Any news is unfortunately bad news. It's like the IRS. If you get a letter, it's never, IRS will never tell you did a good job. The nature of our profession, we unfortunately cannot say you did good. Or, I actually had a board member later part of last year ask me, what grade did we get? And he wanted a letter grade. I said, wow, that's a tough question because you either passed or didn't pass to us. There's really no letter grade. And we can't, pat you on the back, say you got an A, right? So overall, when I look at this, you did pass. And then within the context of state compliance, you pass with an exception. So hopefully that kind of summarizes the audit results for you. Any questions that I may try to answer?
Oh, yeah. Where were we deficient in the ELO? Or what were your findings for that?
Well, so it was a new requirement. And I'd like to kind of preface the finding. It was pretty widespread statewide. It was just kind of an interesting thing. So to kind of give you some context as far as what took place here, we saw this kind of occur at a lot of our districts. You received the funding, but the requirements to operate this program, basically, it was cost prohibitive, unfortunately. And a lot of districts that had these similar findings decided not to offer it because it just cost too much. And there was no way to basically pay for it, right? With the funds that were provided by the state. You had to subsidize it substantially using unrestricted funds, and unfortunately, a lot of districts were. And I do believe, Mr. Miller, I believe that was a circumstance here. You were unable to operate on some of the sites due to personnel.
Personnel being a primary challenge.
So there are numerous challenges, but it was cost prohibitive, and obviously, personnel is a big issue too. It's not a small program.
Member Bristol, I'll direct your attention to page 101. It's the 2024-002 finding. and 102.
I mean, I read this twice. You think I would know?
Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah.
It was just, it's unfortunate. Most of our clients got millions, but at the same time, we saw instances where, we have to do our job and we have to report this, and unfortunately, you have to send this back if you don't meet compliance.
Right.
But just kind of unfortunate. But when you talk to all these districts, it's not that they didn't want to.
Mhm.
You were short on resources.
Right. And on page 103, it outlines the corrective action and plan. So it has been remedied. And so that's the good news.
Any other questions? Did that satisfy you?
I did have one question about the fact that we got dinged on the immunizations last year. Is that an ongoing every year account that's going to be researched when we're audited?
That's an area that comes and goes. It's kind of interesting. We first started auditing immunization probably back in 2000. All of a sudden, it disappeared in 16, and then it came back fairly recently. So, yeah, immunization is another one of those where it's a little bit frustrating because you're either perfect, depending on the community, or you have exceptions depending on the community. And unfortunately, based on the community, it's really hard, and it just happens. So that's the trend that I've been seeing.
Well, I appreciate how thorough you were on the audit, and we got a slight ding this year, so it's manageable and it's being corrected. But
it's unfortunately pretty common.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Dr. Holman.
Yes, thank you. First of all, Andrew Park, thank you so very much. You've been doing this for quite a while with us. You're still very young, though, by the way. I want to make that very clear, right? But Andrew, honestly, we really appreciate the professional relationship we have with you. And I use the word professional purposely because that is Andrew, right? We're very fortunate to have him in this lead role, and he's always very professional. He does the work the way that it needs to be done, year after year after year. So thank you so very much for being just that. You're always professional and you hold us accountable in the ways that we need to. And then we make those changes as necessary. So thanks so very much for your great work there, Andrew. And
quite welcome.
Yeah, we just, we're grateful to have you in this setting here. And then to that end, you spoke to it very well. And President Branch, if you don't mind, I appreciate you. You did such a great job of navigating ourselves to the pages that we needed to. But if you don't mind, I'd love to just allow Alan Miller just to speak just for a few moments to talk a little bit more detailed around those remedies, because I appreciate what Andrew talked about. And then, there's a remedy in there, but let's just remind ourselves that great work that Jane Chase is heading up and that Alan's overseeing, just to ensure that we understand that what you'll be seeing next year, right, will be, I think, wholly different from this year there. Alan?
Sure, my pleasure. Got an outline here, but I just highlighted a few things, and one of them is Andrew was spot on regarding personnel, and one of the improvements that we've made, or the areas of growth we've made, is going from 21 staff members last year to 49. So we've more than doubled that, and we continue to build up a pool to draw from to expand that program. As far as the students being served, we went from 300 students last year to 760 students this year. So, once again, more than doubling. We've added to our programs. We now support TK and K students in all 6 of the sites that service or that support elementary sites that serve TK and K students. And then looking the vision ahead, 2025-26, the goal is to eliminate waiting lists completely. That's our goal. And then regarding personnel, just to continue to increase positions that we needed, basically the boots on the ground to support the programs, but also some leadership roles to help move the program, because it is a huge program to coordinate, and Jane cannot do it by herself. So we're looking at potentially a TOSA position to help coordinate some of the work at all the sites that we have programs on. Facilities is another challenge. We're looking at expanding facilities, possibly through rental portables, as a possible solution. Specifically over at Baldwin Mesa Elementary School, Pinion Hills Elementary School, they're really at their capacity right now. And then just looking at ways, I believe we talked about it last time, increased opportunities leveraging school staff to expand extracurricular activities under the ELOP umbrella, not necessarily a part of the program, but I think Member Hernandez talked about intramural sports and clubs and things like that. So that's something else that we can implement that will be a direct expansion of that DLOP program. So those are just a few of the highlights I have, but as you can tell, the program is growing and will continue to grow.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. And all in service of kids, right? It's all in service of kids. So thanks for sharing that, Alan. Thanks for letting me, allow him to speak to that.
Absolutely.
The good work, Gene.
Thank you for sharing that information. And thank you, Mr. Park.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew.
Appreciate
So
it.
very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a nice night.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say for sure that, this is my first year working with Mr. Park, but obviously I've worked with many auditors over the years, and he's leaving, but that's okay. He's honestly been my favorite auditor to work with, right?
Yes, please, Robin, go tell him. It's your favorite. Yeah.
But from a professional standpoint and a
he's great.
personable standpoint,
Totally.
right? He's been the best that I've worked with so far, so I appreciate it.
That's high praise for sure. It's a good.
It's interesting to me. I understood always that it was common practice to rotate your auditor firm every so often. And I know we rotate, I guess, the lead auditor. We don't always have the same lead auditor from the same firm year over year.
Yeah. I mean, very often it is considered best practice to rotate that every 3 years or so. Personally, I typically have wanted to do that in my past roles because I started to get unhappy with whoever we were worried. So it was kind of a good thing to move to somebody else. It was sort of that your new favorite restaurant that opens, they do really well, and then all of a sudden it goes downhill. But I think on the other side of that is when something is really working well and somebody is really giving you the feedback and the information that you need, they're doing their job really well. I don't think it is an issue to continue with the same firm. And like you say, we don't always have the same people that we're actually working with. Andrew's overseeing everything, but we're working with different people. And so we do get a fresh perspective each time. Because that's really the key.
Right. And they're not pulling any punches with us. Clearly.
Right.
They're doing a thorough audit, which is what we need.
Yeah. If they're always just telling you, hey, you're doing everything perfect and we never find anything, it's kind of like, I don't think that's really realistic. We're going to make mistakes. There's going to be stuff with so many different regulations with, state money and all the strings and federal money and all those strings. There's always going to be something that maybe doesn't quite work. Like he's saying, the immunizations, you can have issues within the community, and so there can always be something. So if they're actually finding something, I know we don't like to see findings, but it shows that they are doing their due diligence.
And I guess we did the right thing in terms of our ASB bookkeeping, because that was always just a chronic finding year over year. But no. Not for the last 2 years.
We didn't have any findings. We did have some recommendations that we are following up on some of those recommendations because that is, again, another area that very often.
You're right.
Yes. That very often is easy to get findings in because that is very complicated. So we are doing some follow-up on some of the recommendations.
Right. Very good. Well, I appreciate it. That takes us to item I3, update on upgrades to Snowline facilities.
Thanks so very much, President Behringer. You said it right. Every single meeting as a collective here, one board, you said we'd like to hear about the progress being made specific to facilities upgrades in Snowline. So here we go again. We've got it right up on the screen, and right before you too, you'll have the attachment. And that would be the update for today here. And as we go, thank you, Robert, as always, for navigating this so very well for all of us. And In this case, the facilities one, so you can go right to that next slide here. Yes, school bond, right? That Measure J is passed. It's still passed, right? Which is great. And as we go to the next slide there, Jen, just that's a reminder. I just feel like I can't say thank you enough. I think collectively we can't thank everyone enough. This is an important issue, right? And that's being stewards in the most fiscally responsible way. And so we take that seriously. That's why I keep that in there for sure to remind ourselves. But let's talk about the money coming in, Robert, in that next slide there. On slide 4, this might look familiar to you, but if you just really drill down and look in Series A, we talked about 3 different series of approximately $30 million. We said around early 2025. We've got now a date now is what a projected date when those monies would come in based upon a document that both Bill and I will talk about in just a moment. So just keep in mind, crossed out is early 2025. It used to be there, April 16, 2025. Why? Because when we go to that next slide, Robert, and thank you for again getting us there. I know that's a little small. You can probably see it a little bit better on your own screen here. But what you can see is the process by which we can access those funds between, in effect, now, or as we talk about this, February 13th, to April 16th, about 2 months' time for those funds to come here to us from ISOM Advisors. This comes to us from a longtime FOS, friend of Snowline, who served us very well, John White. John White gave us this schedule here. Bill, any details you want to share behind? You can see the various steps that we have some roles in this, as well as the financial advisors do and so forth. But what details do you feel like are maybe most appropriate for the board to hear in this schedule that'll be forthcoming for ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, really, ISOM's doing most of the work, right? I mean, we're involved each step of the way, but they're really doing the work, and it's really kind of a, let's get your credit rating, and then we sell the bonds, and the credit rating helps determine kind of the interest rate that you can go out and get, but it's really kind of just not as simple as that, but from a simple perspective, that's really what it's about. But they're doing the work, right? They're getting out there and selling those bonds and finding the investors and all of those pieces.
So Jones Hall is the bond counsel?
No, they would be legal counsel. Yeah, Jones Hall.
Yeah.
It's actually ISOM Advisors. ISOM Advisors here. Yeah, they're right. They're the legal counsel, right? And then you've got our friends, John White and Rex Despain, who've served us very well. I say friends, but professional friends here who've done quite well.
UW's underwriters?
Yeah, I think.
And then we'll have our credit rating March 21st?
Yeah. We get the rating back. We have our kind of a ratings call that week of March 10th.
Do we have a preliminary?
What we think? Well, they based it on that, what was it? An AA?
AA minus, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
With 4% annual,
Yeah.
I think, assessed value, right?
Yeah. So they're based in they're the 30 million, the 20 million, then the other 20 based upon that AA minus rating,
Okay.
and then assuming 4% growth for the assessed valuations, right? And what we've averaged over the last 20 years, I believe, right, is about 5.85, if I'm remembering the numbers.
Just shy of 6.
Yeah, so they're going low, but that's to ensure that we keep ourselves under that $40 per 100, right? So that's what we wanted as our maximum that was approved by the voters. And so by assuming low, that 4%, it kind of guarantees probably not even going to hit 40, right? It's going to be a little bit under, which is really what they want to do, so that there's no, you don't even want to go over a nickel, right? Because now you've not done what you promised. And so that's why they do, presuming that lower number of 4%, knowing that we have historically hit an average of 6%. But it keeps us under, and that factored into whether or not we could get that 30 million in this first issuance, right? That's what we had kind of been anticipating and wanting based upon looking at the numbers of the things we want to do. At first they were like, well, maybe we can't quite get that. We might be able to only to get like 25 or something like that, but still going with that lower number of 4%, they still said we could get to 30. So if we wanted to be risky, which I've seen districts do, we could assume 6%. We could probably get 40 million in our first issuance. But then if if things dipped a little bit and we hit that 4%, suddenly now we're going over the $40 per 100,000. So it's better to go conservative on this, I think, for that, the messaging to our community. And it gets us what we needed, right? 30 is going to allow us to do the things that we wanted, and still then when the next 20 comes in, we can move on with the other one.
We're going to be busy.
We're going to be very busy. Yes.
Absolutely. Well, I do appreciate that conservative effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's many thanks again to our colleagues out there at ISOM Advisors. Excited about that. And so thank you, Bill, for those details there. Robert, as we go to that next screen, you're going to see a familiar one too. You'll see some familiar slides, these next three. There's a reminder of the Oversight Committee members. I won't belabor this again here, but just know that is an important piece, right, in terms of the work that we're doing right now. When we go to the next slide, those are the 7 individuals amongst the 6 criteria specific to the Oversight Committee. You'll see a specific area highlighted. It's, again, a very familiar slide. Won't go over all the details, but really hone in on what we're doing right now, and that's convening the subcommittee. Last board meeting, you were so very kind to appoint Marcus Hernandez and Corey Lefevre, our members there, to be part of the group that would join Bill and myself, an administrator, and then 2 of our bargaining group leaders. And so we're real excited about that piece. Many thanks. There's one in the audience right there, Ashley Alvarado and Matt Bedell, to be the overseers, if you will, not the Oversight Committee, but the overseers, or the individuals who will identify the recommendations that will be brought back here. Now, to that end, please know that 60 days piece is an important piece, because, Robert, as we go to that next slide here, again, another very familiar one, but the highlighted italicized area, just to attract your eye to this area here, resolutions have to be approved. Our goal would be to bring those forward at the next board meeting, February 25th. Remember the 60 days, that 60-day piece on that previous slide. We've talked about it a few times, and that would be once that resolution is approved, we have to have, excuse me, 2 resolutions approved. That's the certification of the results, and then also the oversight bylaws. And then we'll bring to you those individuals who we recommend and put that group together right around that April 22nd time, with the idea that, back to what Bill was just talking about, with that funding source coming in, that we, if everything remains on track there, we would see Serrano High School's modernization funded by OPSC, right, maybe around in that June time, and a nice collision, if you will, in the best of ways, comes together with the funding coming forward. The Serrano High School modernization that would be up to code at that point and would have been funded by OPSC. We can see a lot of great things happening in that regard. Bill, though, that's my flyover. How about some details there that are important in that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's getting ourselves ready for what will be a lot of possibilities, because we have the Serrano modernization, which, get DSA approval, get OPSC funding, but then we also have those other modernizations that are looking to be funded sometime within the next 2 years, but we have that ability to potentially, on Baldy, Pinion Hill, Chaparral, start those projects, and we would have the capital to be able to fund the whole 100% if we're not funded right away, but then we would get that money back when we look at our round 2 in 2027, going into the other modernization projects. So we could potentially have, 4 modernization projects beginning, and so the committee would be very busy at that point.
And exciting. And again, it's a testament to all of you as board members for being fiscally responsible, for allocating funds in that regard, for us to potentially be able to accelerate, just as Bill described very, very well, accelerate modernization from Serrano High School to those other three. That's how Bill, as he explained very, very well, that's exciting. And so again, many thanks to the board for the hard work to get us to this position where if the stars align, if you will, in the best of ways, I say stars, but it's more so the facility stars up at the state level, really exciting stuff. Really see movement for sure.
But it will also give us, even though it seems quick, it gives us a little bit of time to work with the committee, because the committee's role is to oversee the expenditures of the project. So it's not planning what we're spending it on, they're overseeing the actual spending of money. So even though, if we get funded in June, and so we put that out to bid, and then, construction starts sometime after that, right? Money still probably hasn't left the door, so we have some time in there to work with the committee, get them prepared for what's going on without suddenly just in April, hey, we've spent $30 million. Can you guys take a look at this, right? So it's quick timing, but there's still some space to breathe in there in the committee.
Well said. So thank you so very much, Bill. Thank you, Robert. I'll get us off of this slide. You're going to see two, I'll say, familiar slides at the top there. At least their titles, National Fitness Course. I bring this to all of you, knowing that there's a connection to a later item here. We talked about access to our facilities and so forth. I guess, ultimately, statement and then question. The statement here is, in this first one, you can see a little better picture that I felt like was important for me to share with all of you in this National Fitness Court design that I think President Behringer and Clerk Lefevre have experience with it. So I'll certainly want to defer to both of you if you have any details you want to share. But Robert, if you just go to the next slide there, and I'll stop and then get at a question here pretty quickly. And then you can see the National Fitness Court being used by high school age students. Again, the recommendation is for 14-year-olds and older. And then older, when we talked about this, that's a segue into the idea of community. We'll hear more later on. I'm kind of jumping ahead, but just as a preview, the idea that access to our facilities, we have some real concerns with that. We'll give you some information, some details to be able to really allow you to consider that idea of, as much as we love our community, it may be very difficult for various reasons, from insurance to some of our track record of late, we have concerns. But then going back here and just the issue at hand, I guess my question I have here, and well, maybe I'll just say this here. Yeah, I'll ask the question, and then Bill, I'll ask you to fill in any blanks here too, because you've been real instrumental in this. But the question would be, is this something that is worthwhile continuing if in fact it would only initially be accessed by our students, right, and staff members, and then in settings that would be controlled by us, versus an open, free, come as you wish, go as you wish setting? Is this something that's of interest to all of you for us to continue to consider moving forward, knowing that we do have concerns about access right now, as we've had access before, and just want to kind of take that step back and ask the question again one more time. Is this something for us to further consider and go down this avenue and give you more information if we, at least at its start with students first only? And with that, I see you taking a drink, so I'm always willing to talk a little bit more there. But what did I miss on that, Bill, that I should have shared, that you and I have had this discussion and had the concern in working with Robert Chacon on that liability risk assessment, access to campus site?
No, I think you covered it well there. This particular project, like he said, we're supposed to ensure that it's being accessed by people over the age of 14, right? So it fits well at the high school for use. I think in terms of the community accessing, I think they're currently accessing our facilities quite a lot. A lot of times without us giving them permission, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been to the high school and seen people walking the track and that sort of a thing on the weekends, this kind of a thing. So this would potentially be another opportunity for the community to be able to use that. because some of the questions, like we applied for some funding for this, because there is the opportunity to get some funding to help with this. And some of the questions they ask is, tell us about the opportunities that are available in your community. Well, we're mostly the opportunities that are available in our community. We're not necessarily like Rancho Cucamonga or something like that. There's so many other opportunities.
Yeah, nothing like this exists up here.
Yeah. So
Very
I
well
think that's a
said.
valuable piece. But there is then on the risk management side of things, it's certainly that consideration.
Yeah, and so that's why I say, well said by Bill, that's why I say those controlled opportunities, right? Overseen by ourselves to start with community members and so forth. And so while there's no necessarily like immediate need to decide today, right, Bill? But I think if the direction is like, no, this doesn't seem to make sense, just if we had to be a little bit more narrow than we were hoping originally, is it something to still go down the avenue, or should we hold off? I mean, that's really something for consideration right now. It would help us to be able to work with the individuals as we move forward, if in fact that's the will of the board to make a decision.
Yeah, it would be really nice if we could form a public-private partnership, and provide security to observe, that the equipment's being used appropriately and so forth. I've been racking my brain to think of someone to connect with on that level for such a thing.
Like for designated times, I'm hearing you say, and I think that was my point, like controlled instances, right? For designated times led by individuals, partnering with people versus the door, the gate, call it what you want, right, is open at all times and it's unsupervised. At least, sorry.
That's okay. So I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. But I do have some questions. So I have some questions about the funding. Am I understanding right that we may be able to fund it other than Snowline paying for it? Basically, I never want to leave money in anybody else's bank if they want to. Okay. Yeah. So I like the idea. I think it's great. And I never want to leave money. And like I said, I don't want to miss opportunities, but I also don't want to misrepresent it. And I think it's a great idea to put at the high school and for our high school students, but then we can't sell it to the community as it being a community project. It's a high school project. It's a high school fitness thing. And I'm with it. I like it. I think it's a good idea, but I don't like the idea of saying that because we do have those problems, that are probably not we're probably not going to get over those hurdles anytime soon where the community can access all the facilities because we're just having so much problems with that. So that's all I would say is we wouldn't sell the community on a facility that they're not going to be able to use, but we would sell the community on a facility that their kids are going to be using, right, at the high school. So that's all I would have to say about it.
Yeah. All of our students funnel to Serrano, so I mean,
Exactly.
Mhm. Any other comments, thoughts?
I like the idea. I'm huge on physical fitness. I think it's a super important thing in our lives. Helping youth recognize that opportunity and recognize the importance of it is good. I agree. I think we can't sell it as a community piece unless we can work out details beforehand that we can make it available. I would love to see if we could connect with Parks and Recs or some other organization to split the bill. I don't know how we do that. I don't know if it's even possible. Because I do think that it's needed not just here in Phelan, but in each of the, really if you were to look at the tri-community, even to reach out to the fourth part of the community, if you take out the tri-community and add Vista Verde to it, I think it's important to try to grasp and put something in there. If we could partner with someone, we could go a lot further, but I don't know that we can. So.
Well, I don't think my opinion has changed much from what you just said, that, you alluded to opening campuses may not be an opportunity due to added cost or insurance or whatnot. So the same thing goes with this. This would not be open and available to our community unless we're willing to take out insurance on this specifically. Um, So I don't know how the conversation is one and the same. Specifically to this, if it's a student-directed piece of equipment, I mean, we tossed around numbers of about $250,000 for this piece, with some of that money coming in from other funding sources. The district could be looking at 150 to 200,000 for this piece. If it's specifically for students, I would love to see $250,000 invested into our gyms on campus, expand those opportunities, expand equipment that we have to provide more if it is student-based. There's no reason that we can't expand our current facilities and equipment and basically inside opportunities without going out and building something new that, again, the public can't access. So I don't see the value in this specifically. I do appreciate the opportunity to invest and look at physical education and providing those opportunities, but I think there are probably better ways to do it than this piece of equipment.
My form of a question kind of echoes what Marcus just mentioned, board member Hernandez mentioned. The equipment looks great. As a parent, I would totally go for it. I said, yeah, that's great for our students, because even during summer, they could access it. There's programs. I think there was a certain thing that they were doing over the summer for certain physical activities, and I totally agree on that. But if it's geared towards our community, we have to worry about the safety. All those lawsuits that we could be better within time, that I don't think we're prepared for that. For how many people come in and nobody use all the equipment, and when they're hurt, and they're like, oh, there was no one watching. There was no one actually we're just taking the word for it and say, yeah, they got hurt. They're not property. They're not. I know right now, as it is, there's access to the field, but it's maybe running and they're at their own. That could go on and they could be the same way, but I think will be more pro for many people suing our district. So with that, I think for our student, it's great. If it's work in other districts, that's awesome. I mean, if we could see that that's actually helping our students, why not? But if we could minimize to change other equipment that is not so expensive, why not? I mean, there's many possibilities that we could go by with the less money. Why not? Again, I echo that if it's for our students, let's go for it. But if it's for our community, we have to look at all the bias, all, weight the whole content of how many people will be coming in and suing or using as a form of suing their district.
Yeah, President Branger, I so appreciate all the comments. I think I've heard from all, but I turn it back over to you there. In terms of direction, knowing that it really, I think I speak for Bill when we say we just want to know if you want us to further this, cause, or if we just put it on hold, if we need more information, just really looking for direction, knowing that the next step still isn't quite, it's non-binding, but we also, I think, Bill, would you agree? We're mindful of the individuals who we're working with. We don't want to keep them hanging in there. If you feel like collectively, right, that there's, I think all that was said here is, I don't think anyone can argue with everything that was said by every single person. So it's just really ourselves wanting to, the two of, I said ourselves, but bottom line, just wanting to know, do we keep moving this cause forward or not? Or do we put it on, even, like I said, the in-between would be put it on hold. and just really looking for that direction.
Yeah, I think that if we were able to open it to the community 24/7, there would be no question, hands down, we would all be in favor of it. But there are constraints due to liabilities. So I'll look to the board to express whether there's consensus to move forward on the National Fitness Court. If you're in favor, raise your right hand.
Yeah, I'm in favor to move forward with information, right? Or are you saying, are we in favor
We're proceeding with pursuing
with the planning?
construction, installation.
Okay.
I would say I'm in favor of holding tight. Let's push it off for a little while, figure out. You guys are working with people. Ask them to go reach out to our Parks and Recs folks. Ask if that's a possibility for them to jump on board. Get it in our communities without it coming out of our pockets right now. Because we've been entrusted with some really good funds. I think it's really for the facilities that we currently have and improving stuff. And maybe there's other ways, as Marcus mentioned, that to do some of that stuff inside of our current facilities.
And Clerk Lefevre, thanks for clarifying that. I want to be very clear. This would not come out of Measure J funds, right? For the reasons you just said, right? That those are very clear, right? It's for upgrading facilities, CTE, classrooms, infrastructure. This does not fit in there. This would be from still Snowline's funds, but not from a Measure J funding for the reason you just said. Thanks for saying that. We just want to clarify that. Be very transparent all the time. This would be for that separate cause, but not to override what you said. Just I appreciate the clarity on that.
So you're recommending holding tight and taking a pause. Member Hernandez.
I would like to, yes, certainly not pursue this, but knowing the dollars that we were planning on that, what could those dollars be utilized to access larger areas more broadly? So all communities can benefit rather than a single area.
Member Martinez.
I think I need more information of the liabilities that will cost opening to the community. So hope and
Member Bristol.
Yeah, I would just like to know like how far in the planning phases are we? Like we have the location where it's going to go and the exact costs nailed down and all of those things. I still like the plan. And I think we only have one high school in the district and there are a bunch of different communities, but all of those communities go to high school at Serrano. So I think it does serve all the communities, or at least all the communities' children best at the high school because, all our kids end up there. So anyways, I'm in favor for more planning or more information on it. But yeah, I don't know exactly what are we voting on that.
Yeah, so I'd say no vote for sure, right? Just looking for consensus and direction.
Yeah.
And it seems that, maybe I feel like you're doing a really good job. I'll turn that back over to you where you feel like you landed, what questions you have of us to get clarity and we can.
Well, what kind of information is needed from the board?
For me, it's just the exact cost to the district and just more like maybe you guys, maybe I was daydreaming. I don't know. Did you say where it's going to go? Its footprint, where this thing's going to land exactly, and all of those things, or
Yeah, the thought
and the possibilities of it. Are we going to try to build a physical fitness class around that thing? Or are we going to, you know what I mean? Or is it just going to be there and occasionally, like a crossing period, somebody's going to do some push-ups?
Yeah. Great idea. First of all, you weren't daydreaming, so well done by you. We didn't say that, so give yourself credit there for sure. Yeah, we did not say that. Bill, go ahead. I cut you off there.
Well, no, I was just going to say the place we were looking with, in between the baseball field and the back of the football stadium there, that open space area right there.
Yeah. And I think a secondary piece would be even down at
or
you want to talk about that, Bill? The secondary piece,
or down
stadium
below,
level.
down below the stadium level. So those are the two
Maybe a sidewalk would help, figure out what accessibility there would be. I mean, if we're talking about utilizing it for students, but it's challenging to get to, maybe it's not a great saying that this is for students, or, maybe it is, oh, the community can't access it here because we can do this, this, and this to it. The enigma of where this is planning, just I'm not sold on it.
And I'm hearing the potential of partnering with Parks and Rec or some other local organizations
I mean,
too.
even San Bernardino County supervisors could probably assist with, these kind of projects. And, we certainly should be leaning on our locals to help out with those kind of things. I mean, part of the thought, in saying opening campuses, particularly to Vista Verde, if there was an opportunity to partner with the city of Victorville to open up the grass area, fenced off in particular ways so that there is accessibility on weekends, and then during the weekdays, campuses or that area is closed off and specifically for students. I mean, I think there are partnerships available that we aren't seeking. The one here is providing some financial offsets, but what other offsets are available?
So I'm hearing that the majority of the board prefers to take a wait and see approach. Would that be accurate?
But I don't know. It sounds like Marcus doesn't want it. You want more information. I want more information.
I want
She wants-
clarification. The court is just geared towards students or the whole community. And if it is toward the community, what are the physical implications that will be found later on in case someone is liable, gets hurt, or in that place?
And I think maybe I can now offer just a little bit of the answer there. Start with students. That idea of community members would have to be worked upon with more information I think you're seeking, right?
Yeah.
What sort of liability will we have? What sort of agreements could be made and developed, right? All of those things. So it's a little answer, not the full answer.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Yeah, because if I go there and I get hurt, it's like, who do I go to say, hey, I got hurt? Can you help me?
The real answer would be no one. It's an
Exactly.
accident.
See,
And
everyone
it
will
happened
have to-
anywhere, and it is our responsibility to take our own responsibility for our actions. So that's what my answer would be. Unfortunately, a legal answer.
Okay, so there's a specific direction I'm hearing for more information concerning the matter.
Yeah, and I think we've got clarity, Bill. I don't know how you feel. I feel like we've got some clarity. We certainly have liability issues, costs that we heard here too, partnerships we can bring back and so forth, knowing that I think it was mentioned, I want to be really clear, there has been no commitment that we've made other than just committing to continue to have this conversation. So I don't want you, any of you to feel like that we may be on the hook for anything right now. Not at all. Okay. I just appreciate your open dialogue. These are, to be honest, this is something I think we've had some conversations at some point too. Real productive struggle. I mean, this is hard, right? We've got limited funds. And I think, Bill, would you agree we could come with a list of about 400 items, right? And so 1,400. Sorry, I didn't do it service. And please know this is just one effort here. I hope you know there's not a level of investment in myself where I'm going to go out inside and crumble here afterward. I mean, I just want you all to know that we're just trying to bring to all of you what we feel like are some opportunities for ourselves to do right by the community. So I just thank you for having this conversation, because that 1,400 reference is the truth. Because Mark, Member Hernandez, you said it well. We could absolutely do things in the gym. Is that our next best bet? I mean, you let us know. I mean, because we have the gym, we have the fields, and then there is a lot that we have and that we have the ability to do. It's exciting, isn't it? I wish we had $463 million, I think it is. That's the facilities master plan, right? And so we know there are limited funds, and that's what I think it makes it harder on all of you. So I give you a lot of credit. It's that productive struggle, because where do we say yes? It's hard, isn't it? It's incredibly hard. So I think information will help. With the long-winded way of me saying I'll get that information back. We'll go back and do that. Our representative, namely, I think she's been very understanding for sure along the way. So thanks for that. Is that okay, President Behringer, if I
Yes,
move
please.
forward there?
One more item, perhaps even competitive bids for similar equipment from other providers. Certainly, this isn't the only one who produces such a product. Let's A/B things, ABC them, take a look at other options and opportunities and the costs associated with those.
Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, give us a direction. We're willing and able and ready to do whatever you want there. So I appreciate that idea too. I'll put that on the list. I see some heads nodding there. I'll put that on the list. Thank you for that. And then Robert, thanks for hanging in there with me. My apologies there for, slowing ourselves down, but I think it was really helpful to us. We see this next slide. You've seen that before, has not changed. Thank you to Bill for putting together this timeline. Bill, anything you want to say to this? I know it has not changed since we had it up here last time. But
Yeah, no, I mean, when we were kind of going back and forth with ISOM about can we get 25 or can we get 30? I was going to try and make a few adjustments, but when they came back and said, we did the calculations, we can do 30, then it kind of leaves the plan as is. Obviously, we'll adjust as we see real numbers, when we really go out to bid on some of these projects and see what the actual costs are, then we can adjust at that point. Some of the things that are not Measure J, security cameras, fire alarms, the PAC, bells and paging. There's a lot of things that are getting close to. They're going to either they're already out to bid or they're about to go out to bid. So we could see some of those projects starting summertime.
thanks so very much, Bill. Yeah, thank you, Bill. And then back to you, President Behringer. After I say educate, inspire, and prepare our kids, right? That's what we're here to do, right? And you see it up on that screen. So for really lifelong success, right? In service of them, realizing their hopes and dreams. So thank you so very much for letting us share. But we did, and certainly answer any other questions people have.
Yeah, thank you for the update on the facilities. In terms of the last slide where it has Fund 01, it looks like over the summer going into next school year, we're using deferred maintenance dollars for fire alarms and so forth. Is that what?
Yes, that's
Fund 14.
Yeah. Fund 14 has the PAC, which is going to be going out to bid, I believe, here in April, so that we can kind of get construction going in June. So the rewiring, electrical in the PAC center, and then the bells and the paging and the fire alarms. Those are also pieces that are ready to go out to bid here, and starting again with some of those in the summertime as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the septic?
That was when we
Is that
went up
something?
and walked with the architects and such at Serrano to deal with those issues. So that first piece is to get the diagnostic, right? So
The scoping.
Yeah, the
Okay.
scoping it all out to see what it is that we need to do, right? To find out what, is there a problem with the tanks? Is there a problem with the leach lines? If it's not that, and it's maybe an issue in another place, that'll give us that information to give us the direction. But that would be, we have money allocated in Fund 14 to deal with whatever potentially that may be.
Okay, because this to me seems a little vague with where it says Fund 14. Are all of these items, the fire alarms and the PAC, curb appeal, septic, bells and paging, referencing only Serrano, or are there multiple?
Oh, no.
campuses?
Yeah, let me pull up the fire alarms are Phelan, Heritage, and Chaparral. And then the bells and paging are Heritage, Pinion Hills, and Pinion Mesa.
Okay, yeah. And are you looking at this slide? Is that where what are you?
No, I'm looking at another place
Do
where
I
I have
what
those.
you're looking at?
I did that in a previous presentation, but
Okay.
I can get that.
Can you
that
send
slide
that to me
again.
once
Yeah.
again, too, so that I can be on the same page?
Yes.
And then Fund 56, is the debt fund.
Yes, that was where we had I brought the idea forward of, since we've got this solution within the CFDs and kind of having the same, we have revenue coming in and we have that fund balance, so it kind of is going to act like what we wanted Fund 56 to do. Can we take those Fund 56 monies and move and designate them towards more facility projects?
So does that take
Yeah.
a resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that is something that we'd be bringing forward to you guys
In
to
the
change
summertime,
that.
or?
Well, no, probably sooner than that actually, but it just changes the designation. Doesn't really move it because it's. I have Fund 56, but right, as remember, it's not in. It's still in Fund 01, but it's designated, and so this would just change the designation to be, instead of the debt repayment, changes it to facilities projects.
Because it's not a GASB recognized account.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we put it into Fund 56, then that's what it's for, and we would have to then take it out of Fund 56 to redesignate it for facilities projects. But
it's
since
in
we
01.
kept it in Fund 01, I just, everybody kind of is familiar, reference it as Fund 56, so I put that on there. But it is still, yes, it's in Fund 01 and designated towards that.
Okay. Yeah, if you could provide that other document that has the breakdown with more detail.
Yeah.
In terms of the locations of this work being done, because it's my understanding, do all of the campuses require the fire detection systems that have the flashing lights? And
Yeah. These were just the sites that needed upgrade or needed new systems. The most immediate need for the new systems.
Yeah, if you could provide that with more detail, I appreciate that. When was that presented? How long ago?
Which meeting was that? Not too long ago.
Not very long ago.
Yeah.
We can get it to everyone for sure,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. And we can even add it
embed
into
it.
our future slides on here, so it's always kind of in front of us.
And so are we approximating this is about 2 million on the Fund 14? Does that other document have a dollar number attached?
Yeah.
It's more.
So the fire alarms we have designated right now about 1.2. The PAC Center, the estimate came in at about 1 million, so I have about 1.1 designated. We'll see exactly what it is when the bid comes in.
Because that was for electrical.
That was for all the
lighting.
the electrical and the lighting and the reading and all that. Yeah. And the architects estimated it at about 1 million. And so I have about 1.1 in there. We'll see what, or again, what an actual bid. And then I have, kind of loosely designated for the curb appeal projects, 2 million, for the septic issues, 1.5 million.
And is the septic that we're referring to here pumping district-wide all of the campuses?
Well, no, that we already have. We already have that in a regular schedule, the pumping. So that's out just a regular.
Oh, okay. So this
annual
is
expense.
scoping and more.
This is for, do we need to do some construction?
Bigger
Do we need to
issues
do-
with-
Yeah, so
with
it's
the
a little bit
Serrano
unknown, right?
particularly.
Yeah.
Okay. And what are bells and paging?
The bells, it's the bells, the intercom, and the paging systems at
Like
those.
a PA throughout a
Yeah.
campus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's at Heritage, Pinion Hills, and Pinion Mesa. I have right now about 900,000 designated towards that.
And that's a residual of the safety audit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Along with the security cameras.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, and the security cameras, actually, we had about that one's in just general fund, so that's not out of Fund 14. That was money that was designated in Fund 01, and we had about 1.5 in that. And as you know, we kind of shifted gears away from the Bosch, so we'll bring that back to say we don't want that, because I brought that and then I shifted gears. That's on me, but I think we're actually finding that we're getting a better cost in what we're doing, and so it's looking at more of the AI
I'm in favor
software.
of that.
Yes, and so it's actually giving us the ability to add in some more cameras. So we're looking at getting a little bit more coverage which was mentioned by one of our students, that we need more cameras. And
Yes,
so,
indeed.
looking for blind spots. And so,
Okay.
but for that one, there's about 1.5 million that's going to that.
Okay.
And so with all of that in Fund 14, even with all those designations that I said, along with, what was completed on the roofing project and the plumbing project, it still leaves us with about 1.3 million. So there's still room in the 14. Potentially some more roofing, potentially looking at some things with some other things with the PAC Center.
Mhm.
Talk about maybe some more seating. And, a few other things. So there's room in there, but as we get some of these projects actually bid, that'll give us
A firm
some
number.
firmer number.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. I appreciate your time going over that with me.
Yeah.
And so then that takes us to the next agenda.
And can I just say real quick, and
Yes.
thank you so very much to all you board members. I mentioned that 460+ million dollar facilities master plan. I appreciate the commitments across these funds right here too, right? I mean, it really makes a statement, truly. I mean, we're blessed to be stewards of the Measure J funds. That's $70 million. We're going to leverage that up. We've talked about that, won't belabor it, but thank you on these other funds here too, because it really is a statement, and it's not an easy one, but it's a statement about moving the facilities issues downstream. So thanks for letting me share that.
Absolutely. Okay. That takes us to consent motions. Is there a motion to move?
I'll make motion.
Second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? And your preferential vote? I approve. And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. So we've just approved the minutes of the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees. Personnel motions, overnight out of state, conferences, field trips for Serrano High School, student expulsions and/or stipulated suspended expulsions, and the authorization to piggyback on bids awarded by other public agencies and school districts, along with approval and ratification of Snowline Joint Unified School District financial transactions, which takes us to item K1 for review of TK-12 curriculum. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Behringer. I think I had notified you on a couple of different occasions I was going to be bringing an information item to begin a review process for curriculum for our moderate to severe students across our campus or across our district. I wanted to give you some context of what sites will be impacted, how many classes and whatnot. So we've got one class at Baldy Mesa Elementary School, one over at Pinion Hills Elementary School. Both of those are grades 3 through 5. Over at Quail Valley Middle School, we're up to 3 classes, grades 6 to 8. And then we've got a moderate class over at Serrano High School, which is geared toward alternate diplomas. Like I said, they're currently using our adopted curriculum, which is not the most effective or the most appropriate for students with various needs. So I just wanted to, just pop in some key verbiage here. That's a comprehensive curriculum serving the students with moderate to severe disabilities. It's got applied behavior analysis, ABA, teaches essential skills, social communication, problem solving, emotional regulation, academic. It has a strong academic content, multi-tiered support system, individualized instruction, progress monitoring tools, targeted interventions. It's got technology-based lessons, teacher-led activities, real-world applications, and it's a well-rounded and effective educational experience for students and the teachers alike. We're going to move forward with a review process, which is comparable to our normal adoption review processes. So we'll have the materials available in our office for the next couple of weeks. Families.
Do you have them now?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'd like to look at them.
Sure, absolutely. We'll be starting the review process tomorrow. So families will be able to come in, review the materials, ask questions, and just be able to provide their input if applicable. And we'll come back with a recommendation if the review process goes well to adopt the materials on the 25th of February.
Did you have teachers vet them, the different
Yes.
options?
Yes,
curriculum?
these materials, thank you for asking that question. These materials are used by the county. So we will be aligned with the county curriculum, which is good when students might move from one system to another. Of course, we want them to stay within our own programs, but it will be aligned to the county's curriculum.
That is important
It
for that
is.
population, especially.
Absolutely, and the materials are used statewide, even across the country. And like I said, they just are much better aligned to the needs of our students in the moderate to severe arena.
Excellent. Any questions or comments? Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That takes us to item L1 for a learning agreement with CSUSB. Mr. Primo.
All right, thank you, President Behringer. What's presented before you is just what you articulated, an agreement that extends from 2025 to 2030. This is a renewal. We've had this with CSUSB really to support our interns, our student teachers, our practicum students, and to be real clear, no fee will be charged relative to this. Turn that back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, and this is for approval. So is there a motion?
I'll make, go ahead.
Everybody's jumping on
Look
that
at
one. They heard
that.
no fees and they were in on it.
All about that.
I'll second.
Thank you. And any discussion? Your preferential vote? I agree. And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. That then takes us to item M1. Is that right? And Dr. Holman.
Thank you, President Behringer. Appreciate that. 2 weeks ago, the board by consensus instructed us as an administrative team to come or to go away and then come back with information specific to, as it says right there in the item, right? The possibilities of increasing access of our community members to our facilities. And so while 2 weeks have passed, and I think we all know how quickly those go by, many thanks to Robert Chacon for the good work as I joined him in really exploring what has been happening and what some of the barriers that exist right now that we want to share with all of you. All the while knowing that after we hear from the two of us, that then we'll take some more direction here. So more just information for all of you after those last 2 weeks. And so to that end, I'm going to invite Robert Chacon to really share with us the good work that he did, knowing that he sits on the executive board of the local JPA, Joint Powers Authority for Risk Management, and did some investigation around recommendations from them, as well as you heard me already talk a bit, just as this overview. We're going to be talking about insurance issues that will become limiting factors. And then our experiences of late, when I say of late, the last 1 to 2 years, specific to challenges that we've had that all become those barriers that we talked about. And then we can have that conversation afterward, how we move forward. So that's the overview, if that's okay, President Behringer. And so, Robert, if you don't mind, open up your microphone with the notion that your efforts, as always, greatly appreciated. Thank you for doing the work that you did. Can you share with the board the investigation work that you did specific to what I mentioned?
Yeah, for sure, Ryan. We'll give a little bit of history with you guys. So we currently have a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the Wrightwood CSD. That's kind of how we operate the park there that is next to Wrightwood Elementary School. So that's an agreement that was crafted between our attorneys and their attorneys. And so that MOU has been in place for a long time. Basically, what that MOU does is it kind of takes the entire, east portion there of Wrightwood Elementary School and actually gives it back to the CSD. The CSD kind of leases that property from us, so they maintain that entire area, this little skate park, all of the equipment. So they upgrade it, they make sure that it's in working order, they clean it, they take care of all the trash, they do all the safety checks, they do all of that stuff. We were trying to work with the city of Victorville back. I was just actually pulling up some old emails when Marcus had mentioned that. So June 12th, 2017 was kind of the last time we were working with the city of Victorville trying to get Vista Verde back open. And unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. There was some cost associated with it. We were, like Marcus alluded to, we were asking for some, putting some fencing in. That time we were having some vandalism issues, and so we ended up kind of having to close access to Vista Verde Elementary School. Trying to figure out a workaround with the city, and it just never came to fruition. We do work closely with the CSD, the Phelan Pinion Hills Community Service Districts. They have their own park, right? It's just down the street from us on Sheep Creek and Warbler, I believe is what that is. And so they have a park, they have a little walking track, and they're a little grass facility as well. And they're looking to expand. I'm part of their committee as far as their Parks and Rec committee goes. And they're looking at funding so that they can actually expand their park. It will expand all the way actually to Phelan Elementary's fence line. So once they secure funding, they're going to do it in 3 stages. The first stage of funding, which is actually forthcoming from what it sounds like, is they're going to be putting in like their community center, kind of an administrative building. And then the second phase will be the actual parks. There'll be a couple fields, a soccer field, baseball field, and then a pretty big park facility as well. So that's in the works with there. So just giving you a little background on kind of what we got going on in our community. I reached out to our neighboring districts as well, Hesperia Unified, as well as Victor Valley High School District, to kind of see what they were doing. They run kind of the same program we do. Anyone who's operating a park, kind of on their property, they have an MOU with them as well. But no one is really just kind of opening the gates and letting people onto campuses. Also spoke with Robert Feldhage. He is our general counsel with California Schools Risk Management. I'm the vice president on the executive committee there, so I work really closely with Robert Feldhage, and just kind of asking him, generally, if we were to do this, what would this look like? And ultimately, what he said was, we wouldn't have insurance coverage to provide public access to our facilities. So our facilities are insured for K-12 or K through adult education types of programs. And so since this is kind of like an outlier type program, that we actually wouldn't have insurance coverage for free public access. We do provide access to all of our facilities, mostly for free, I would like to add, right? So all of our local groups, ASO Soccer, Sunset Little League, Snowline Youth Football. We have a walking club. We have all of the Wrightwood sports, Little League, the CSD softball program, right? We work really closely with our community partners. We allow them access to all of our facilities for free. We kind of all have a shared Google Calendar, and we try to schedule each other and schedule around practices and games because, we really like to provide that service to our community. And it really takes all of us working together to make sure that we can provide equal access to all of our youth sports. We also provide access to our buildings to a slew of groups, some nonprofit groups. We also provide access to for-profit groups as well. And we just try to do our best to be a good community partner. So really moving forward, let me back up a little bit too. Ryan had talked about, kind of what we've experienced the last few weeks. I'll just go last few weeks, honestly, Ryan. So just last weekend, we've been a real target of some local vandalism. Last weekend, we were broken in at Serrano High School. So far, that's up to $40,000 worth of equipment and goods that have been stolen as of last weekend. I would say Serrano's probably been, they're probably going to hit the $100,000 mark this year, I would imagine, after the van trailer, this latest break-in, golf carts down at the track. We had a rhino stolen at the track as well. And so our facilities are, constantly being a target of vandalism. Maintenance department as well. Vista Verde has had its slew of break-ins and vandalism. The thing that we're seeing most frequent out there is kids hopping the fence and they're kicking the sprinkler heads while the sprinklers are on at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And so they're just popping, big geysers out in our field and just destroying our fields. And it's a whole slew of other issues. So, we're combating that with, we have security that's, roving. We're, working on, like Bill had mentioned, a more enhanced camera system, making sure that our areas are illuminated and, we can see what's going on on our campuses. So, we're doing our best to try to combat all of the vandalism and theft that we've been dealing with as well. Moving forward, if this is something that we do determine that we want to do as far as opening and allowing free access to our fields without any type of partnership or facility use agreement or MOU, we would have to go out and try to secure additional insurance, which is possible. I don't know what that cost would be. I haven't gone down that road. That's kind of outside of kind of what we do as far as K-12 education and our insurance. So I would have to kind of look to our local government partners, our CSDs, most likely, kind of see what types of insurance they carry and to kind of determine what that cost would be.
Thanks so very much for that, Robert. And so great overview, excellent research there done. And so just meta messages again here. So, challenges on a number of fronts doesn't mean that that's right all that there is that exists out there in terms of maybe opportunities. But I really appreciate at least this initial information, the good work that Robert did to bring to all of you to say, hey, here are these barriers that we have. What are some of the other, as he mentioned, whether it be outside insurance or what are some of the other options and opportunities we have right now to consider? Knowing that, just to, when we talk about that vandalism, please know, I think you alluded to this, right? We had more security placed out at Vista Verde Elementary School, changes up at Serrano High School. Clerk Lefevre referenced that, hey, the gates were locked. Well, they were locked because of these instances and so forth. So those are, just examples of the changes, again, as I mentioned, increased security through our partners who we use and so forth to combat that, all the while knowing that I appreciate where all of you started. You started that you want to try to provide access to our community members. So turn it back over to you, President Behringer, for any questions and ideas and things that we can do to potentially move forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chacon, for that information. I was thinking about what you were saying about the skate park in Wrightwood. It's school property, but the CSD is leasing it. And so, I mean, the fitness court that we're referring to is similar to that in that, it's use it at your own risk kind of thing. But I guess the skate park is not literally on school grounds within a fence, right? The one in Wrightwood, whereas we're proposing the fitness court to be embedded within the high school campus. If there were some other placement for it that would be similar to the situation of the skate park in Wrightwood, placing the fitness court that's more accessible and not so far on the campus that it could be a separate kind of entity like the skate park is.
Certainly outside our fencing, if we're going to replicate, right, what's up in Wrightwood, at Wrightwood Elementary School, right? Because there's no fencing, there's access for everyone at all times, I think is what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. But there again, I'm guessing that the CSD then ensures that, right?
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, so that's part of the MOU. The property is leased, and they're responsible for all of the equipment and usage of anything that is on that lease.
And they make repairs to the concrete that gets shredded and stuff.
Yeah.
There have to be like JPAs that exist where There are other organizations that support community use of school facilities in other areas.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of, not anyone in our JPA at least. Our JPA, I want to say we're about 100 school districts in California. We're pretty big. And so our JPA does not cover it. Not to say that there isn't a district out there that has additional insurance through some other type of coverage. There has to be coverage, right? Because CSDs operate, and they're government agencies as well. So I'd have to go try to figure that out and how they receive coverage for their parks, and then potentially see what that cost looks like, so that
and then we could hit up the county to pitch in and help just cover that cost, or some other avenue.
Yeah, that's why most of us just try to push that off to the CSD or the city, right? Because we're just not in that business. We're in the education business. And so that's a whole different type of business model. And so the lease agreement works well for us with the CSD. We have a lease agreement with them. They're responsible for that portion of the property, that equipment, it washes our hands of it, and they maintain it, repair it, inspect it, all of the hoops that you have to jump through in order to maintain, your insurance to cover a public park. So we're not part of any of that.
Are there any tri-community nonprofits that are, youth oriented?
That would in regards to the fitness stuff, or
just someone we could partner with, a nonprofit.
Not that I work with, that we work with. I work with all of our local youth sports organizations.
Where do the scouts meet? Do they meet at our schools?
They do. Yep, they meet at our schools as well.
Are they a nonprofit?
They are, yes.
I think it sounds like there's lots of partners we have, whether they're going to take on the liability of jumping in. I look at Wrightwood, and the biggest reason that probably existed was the Wrightwood CSD probably approached and said, "Hey, we want to do something." They started working this process. They can't probably afford to buy property to do their own thing, whereas the Phelan Pinion Hills Community Service District does have their own property right down the street from us. Why would they go in partners with us when really it makes sense for them to just build it on theirs, hold that liability? They only have one gate to secure or one facility to secure, rather than now sending people around at night to close every facility, if that makes sense. So I would imagine that's a big part of it. I mean, it sounds like Victorville, it was a process at one point. I don't know. It would be great. Maybe we venture into that again, but it sounds like they weren't very receptive at the moment. So,
yeah. What was that timing that communication with Victorville, city of Victorville occurred, and is that relatively new, or what has it been?
It's been 8 years.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's June 2017.
And no additional work or communication since then.
No, that was the culmination of that conversation. We were just having some issues back then. We were looking for a partner, one, to pick up the liability, but two, to kind of help provide some additional support. We're having, some late night access issues and some vandalism issues. And so we were looking for some help with Victorville to partner with us to kind of help support the supervision of the park, i.e. our field. It was basically our field and playground, right? And so ultimately they determined that, they didn't want a partnership. There was actually never any contractual agreement that we found between either entity. So it was just kind of, some word of mouth or, some type of historical agreement that had gone on. So we didn't find anything that was actually documented, and they were unwilling to, enter into any type of agreement at that time.
And I'll say this again, 8 years ago, we can certainly, make phone calls and, and explore that again. I don't want to make it sound like maybe everything, there's finality to it, but give you just the updates right now so we know where we are at this stage. Understanding, and again, a meta message, I think here, Robert does a wonderful job of providing access, free access to organized groups, right? Want to say that very clearly, right? Organized groups. And
So that's my question, that if we say that we can't open our facilities due to insurance reasons, but then we open our facilities, all of a sudden those insurance reasons go away?
well, they have the insurance, right? They have to have, Robert, you want to talk about the amount of coverage they have to have?
Yeah, sure. So anytime we're allowing access to our facilities, we'll use AYSO soccer, for example. They have to complete a facility use agreement. It's basically a hold harmless agreement to contract between us and ASO. Has all of our hold harmless language in there. And then they also have to provide additional insurance. It's called the certificate of insurance, where they name Snowline Joint Unified School District as an additional insured. And so that basically removes us from any liability that happens during their event or use of our facilities during the time of their event. Unless there's some type of, gross negligence, something happens, that, is unforeseen. But, I use ASO and any of our other sports, for example, a kid gets hurt playing football. We're absolved of that injury because of that MOU and agreement with the organization and that additional insured certificate. So anybody using any of our facilities, that's the process. They send me a facility use agreement. We approve it. I verify their insurance, and then we get them scheduled and calendared.
So very well said, versus the desired outcome we'd all want, right? That Ryan Holman, little Ryan Holman walks on the school grounds and has no insurance, right? I'm not carrying insurance as I walk on. That's the differentiation right there, the delineation. Robert said it was very well.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
Where does this discussion leave us today? Do you, Dr. Holman, or anybody on your team require direction to further discussions between counties and cities and see if there's any kind of partnerships that they were willing to get into?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. I don't think we require any direction, but I want you also to know that we are always, I'll repeat, always working with all of the organizations and aware of any sort of opportunities and never going to turn down those as they become available. I think we have the information that we have. And I would say that what I know about Robert Chacon amongst his, amongst the multitude of outstanding qualities he has, he's always looking out for opportunities that we will continue to do that. If there is specific one that you want us to follow up on, like the Victorville one, I think that's, it's 8 years old. I'm gonna hope that that's changed. It seems like the world has gone the opposite direction, right, since then. But it doesn't mean that we can't go and pursue that. And I guess when we talk about direction, I think it's just that's just what, who we are and what we do. We're always going to continue to look for opportunities. But if there's a specific one, President Behringer and the rest of the team, based on what President Hernandez said, we'll be more than happy to pursue.
What do you say?
I guess my mind just kind of goes to those partnerships would be great. It would be also great kind of how it was posed that likely Wrightwood CST reached out and said, hey, we want to do this. You have the facility. We want to get in on it. If our partners would reach out to us and do that work, that would be great. I think if community members of those areas would voice their concerns to their local city councils and say, we do not have access to public parks. There's a school in our neighborhood that's closed up. You should partner with them and get that place open so we can use it. If we put pressure on the other side as a community and have them reach out, I think it turns into win-win for us, Victorville and residents. So I guess keep ears open for opportunities and reach out always, but perhaps some organization otherwise would be useful.
Yeah, and thanks, and I'll use that word carefully. The pressure we'll put on, right, is continuing to ask. But you nailed it. I think, to the extent that who follows behind us, right? To say, Ryan's asking, but who else, right? Points well taken.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. And that then takes us to item M2 to discuss start times.
Yes, last item. Yeah, sorry there, President Behringer, you cut in too early. Thanks so very much. That is the last item here for the evening. Again, Robert Chacon, thank you in advance for getting the slideshow up there. You can see the title, and we'll go right to number 2, just with this idea you see on the first slide, overview, and that's what you're going to see as we move forward here, as we get to slide 2 here, the desired outcomes here, specifically. Understand and determine, right? Let's just take it this common shared understanding around what's happened in the past, just so everyone is scaled up collectively as a board. We've got a relatively new board member of less than a year to up to 10 years time, and in between, let's just make sure everyone understands what we've done in the past. And then that second outcome becomes next steps. What do you want us to do next? Knowing very well that there could be next steps, but let's inform ourselves, if you don't mind, around what we have done. And so to that end, Robert, thanks. If we go to slide 3, that's that notion of looking backward here. We'll talk about 3-bell schedule, 2 school start times. You can see the dates of those surveys in there. There's also a transportation operations assessment that we engaged in. That evaluation happened. You might wonder, well, transportation, there are some important bits of feedback we got back in the day that we'll talk about. And then you see SB 328. That's Senate Bill 328, specifically that changed through legislation the starting times of all public schools, non-rural, for middle schools and high schools. Middle schools, as a result of 2022-23 school year, effective that school year, schools had to start at different times that I'll get into. So that's the quick overview. That's what we're going to look back on. You'll know as I go forward here, Robert, we go to the next slide. Please know those attachments are all the specific data that I'll be referencing that you can look at your leisure if you haven't already looked at it there. So to that end, let's just talk about this term 3-bell schedule. You hear us use this a lot. Ultimately, what that's about is an effort initiated long ago, about a couple decades ago, and it was specifically tailored to maximize resources in the human and financial realm, if you will, to build out, as it says on there, a 3-tiered bus system that exists right now, and that the start times were aligned to in that regard, so that, right, that we're maximizing the use and reuse of the human element, our drivers, and the financial element, our buses, and all the work behind that. That was done decades ago, roughly 2 decades ago, and exists to this point here. There are other benefits too, I just want to share with you that were associated ones that were very powerful. The idea of grade levels, like middle schools being able to collaborate together for training, that happened right off the bat and was really helpful. That common situation was certainly beneficial, but want to share with you that was the main driver roughly a couple decades ago for that change of the 3-bell schedule. Now, Robert, when we go to slide 4 here, what I want to share with you is that transportation operations assessment that took place. You can see the information here. This is back in 2018. And I think that first line is really important because the lay of the land at that point in time was that not just Snowline, but that the outlook for public schools, we might remember this is just pre-pandemic, right? The outlook 2 and 3 years, as we always do budgetarily, was that, wow, it looks like there's going to be a downturn in the economy. And so the lens for ourselves in all other districts, I would argue, but for ourselves in this assessment was, let's look at the transportation department and see how effective we are being in various areas here. You can see them listed. I won't spend too much time on them. I can certainly answer questions, but cost of performance is referencing, service. Do we have quality service, and what about our aging fleet? We have to deal with those issues, policies and procedures, how effective is our bus pass policy working, and ridership was lower at that point in time. Looking at the operations and staffing too, to ensure that that everything's working effectively from a cultural standpoint across that system in service of great service. But the issue I want to hone in on with this lens of cost reduction is the route planning. And you can see I mentioned attracting ridership. This is back in 2018, that it was depressed at that point in time compared to now. And considerations of merging of students. That would mean to get to a two-tier belt system. That would be with either elementary school and middle school kids riding together, or middle school and high school kids riding together. This is all considered back in 2018. Here's the history. And even a route consolidation into one tier that was really seen to be just too much, to be quite frank. It would just take too much in terms of on the financial end, in terms of the resources that have to be purchased, as well as the ability for us to navigate that across an entire system effectively. That was all looked upon at that point in time. And I bring that up, Robert, to, if you'll go to slide 5 here, because I talked about school start time surveys. There were 2 surveys administered, 2019, and then 4 years later, is not that long ago, right, in 2023. And in those surveys, they were completed by, I always like to throw this term in, the psychometricians out at Hanover Research, right? The experts in developing surveys, because I have fooled myself many a time when I felt like I could develop a sound survey and whip it up together. It is hard work, right? And so we were really appreciative to partner with Hanover 2 different times. The results, again, are attached. I'll get to the kind of the flyover, the highlights of them. But please know that as you see listed here on the slide, that all school levels were addressed relative to the start times when this was looked upon. And they asked for, what are your current perceptions of the current schedule, right? Right now, how do you feel about the current schedule? In both those instances, those 2 survey administrations. And then what if we change it? What if we go to this or that or the other? How do you feel? That was just really the overlay, the design, if you will, the research design that was put forth to our communities. And then they finally asked, what's most important to you, right? It says most important factors in the schedule. What is really driving you as a student, middle school and up, that were the ones surveyed, as a parent, and as a staff member? Those are the 3 major groups. Community members too were surveyed, but honestly, the largest numbers came in those first 3 of our educational partners there. And so with that, the next slide, Robert, thanks for working with me here, is really just kind of a side-by-side comparison, because there are a lot of data in those reports, in my view, and we can certainly talk at length about them. But I wanted to give you what I felt like is the biggest flyover over those 2 surveys in 2019 and 2023, specific to what the community was saying back at that time, pre-pandemic and then post-pandemic, just about a little more than a year, 2 years ago. So you can see the responses in both instances, less, significantly less in the more recent one than the one back pre-pandemic. But you see that second bullet there, most support for the current schedule is at 53%, and then for the current schedule was 50. So it's just really pretty balanced there, right? At 53% back in 2019, and then just kind of right down the middle there, you see some points that I tried to put in there that seemed to stick out there in 2019. Student after school activities and student safety during travel were the real drivers behind why folks, the 53% of them, I say folks, but a cross section, and that's everybody, parents, students, staff members, even community members, 53%. That was what stood up as the most important factor. And then on the right-hand side, not too long ago, staff members were more favorable with the current schedule. They were above 50%. and elementary school respondents in general, right? That's staff members, parents, community members who are connected to elementary schools, and not the students. Remember, because this is middle school and up, right? That was the recommendation in both instances, and remains the recommendation, as Alan Miller knows from Hanover, that we survey sixth graders and up. Then you see priorities of the stakeholders as we move down there, and you can see how often it was mentioned. There's just the percentage numbers next to them. I won't belabor them. You can certainly read them. But on the left-hand side and right-hand side, student well-being was said to be, by about the same number of respondents, the number one issue for our stakeholders, all of them together. Now in the data, it's all disaggregated. What did students say? What did parents say, et cetera? But that's the aggregation there. And then on the left-hand side, safety and after-school activities continue to ring true. And then on the right-hand side, after-school activities. But then the work schedules were mentioned more than they were back in January of 2019, more recently, saying, hey, that my work schedule really is important as we look at potential changes. And speaking of that third to last, I guess that might be said there, flexibility of parents. I put that in there because I think that was an important one for all of you to see and how that changed just a little bit. About 41% said they were flexible back in January 2019, a little bit less now. What was that response? Either somewhat comfortable with change or very likely, or very comfortable, I should say, with change are the two measures added together. So then that would mean then about from 59% had either I can't do it at all, I have no flexibility, or I have a little bit of flexibility is on that other side. It was a four part Likert scale there. You can see it pretty close in numbers there in terms of flexibility to change. The second, the last one, I just had some bus ones. This was harder for me to match up, but just some of the transportation issue that seemed to resonate as important to the community, right? Combining kids together. That's why I mentioned that earlier. That was a concern significantly, whether it be elementary with middle with high school. We've had them separated for almost 2 decades now. You can see why that might be the case. That might contribute to it, I should say. And then ridership in the morning and the afternoon is what that second one just stood out to me, knowing that stays pretty consistent. And you can see at the time there 2 years ago what that ridership is according to the respondents, right? 2,185 folks. And then lastly, you see that notion of sleep. Of course, that's a major driver. That is the driver, I should say, with from the legislation. Felt like I needed to report on that in its aggregate form. You see the number of students averaging 7 to 8 hours, about 45% were saying back in 2019 that they get 7 to 8 hours of sleep. And then that late start high school students that they would sleep more. That's that question of, would you sleep more if you had more time? You can see what students are saying. About 3 out of every 5 students is saying, yeah, if we started later, I would use that time for sleep. That's the response of the students. So that's a flyover, because if you look at what I think Hanover does very, very well, there are a lot of data in there, but I just want to make sure you understand Senate Bill 328. Why did we not move to what it says right in the second and the third bullets? The legislation says for public schools that middle schools cannot start any earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools cannot start any earlier than 8:30 a.m. unless that last bullet comes into play. And that last bullet says, unless the school is rural. And what's rural? There's actually a designation process that we went through with legal counsel, you might remember, and Snowline qualified for that rural designation under the E-rate process. It's a little bit more detailed there, that maybe is not necessary as much as legal counsel vetted that. And even our surrounding districts that I would argue are even less rural have met that rural designation. You know, they're just bigger cities, for lack of a better way of saying it. So that is a flyover there, right, Robert? Thanks for hanging in there with me. Just that next slide here, I would just say, if you have any questions, but more importantly, what's next for the 5 of you? You know, what do you need to know in the historically, and then based on what I just covered, and what would you want to do next? What is important for all of you for us to do? What information do you need? What are those next moves based upon what we've shared with all of you right now?
Just to satisfy the 328 without having to do the rule variance or whatever you call it.
Rule exemption.
Yeah, exemption. Did you guys ever explore just swapping start times?
Yeah.
With the still stay on the 3-bell schedule, but just change the bells?
Yeah,
for schools.
Yeah, so high school goes last at 9 o'clock, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just
or
doing these rough
or
times.
in the middle. When's middle school start?
The middle school starts at 9 a.m.
They start at
so it's
9.
roughly a 7, 8, and 9 is the easiest way to
7,
kind of
8,
think
9.
about it. 7, 8,
And
9.
elementary school has the 8.
Exactly right. Elementary's in the middle now. High school, right? Living it with your children over the years is 7, and then middle school.
We did it all, but I just forget.
Yeah, for sure. But your point's well taken. If I can just extend, it's a great question when you say, did we explore that? So our rural exemption did not come in right away when Senate Bill 328 was rolled out, and then when it was approved. And so we collectively as a team worked on issues like you're talking about. And it is challenging for sure, particularly at the time we were working around the idea of that lens that I mentioned. I think I don't want to lose that. There was a real strong lens of cost reduction, or, if nothing else, or being cost neutral, because the budget at that time, and it seems so long ago, but going into the pandemic changed a lot for public schools with one-time fundings and things of that sort, right? And I looked at Bill. I mean, that you would speak to that better than I would, right, Bill? Yeah, very much so, right? I don't think we were alone, right, Bill? There were a lot of schools that the outlook was tough. So to do what you were saying was very difficult on its surface, Member Bristol, because more resources were going to have to be purchased, and that's that human resource side, as well as the, that financial side for buses and assets like that. So, I know that's a huge flavor. I can certainly get into more details, but we looked at geographical designs and things that sort, and it can be done, but it comes at a cost for sure. And I think those costs start to play into how people feel, and some costs are certainly worth it for others, and for others they're not.
Yeah, what's better to have tired little kids or tired older kids? I don't know. We're both one of them's gonna have to get up early, right?
It's a very complex issue. We were trying to get it down into kind of a 2-tiered design, right? You talk tiers or bells, right? And drive times change. Kids might have to be on buses for longer periods of time. It is a very dynamic situation, but it can be done. I mean, it can be done. It's just at what levels do we want to consider it, to be done? But even before that, I guess I'd go back to, again, your great question. What are those questions that you have to just know the past to be able to inform the future?
I have a question. Those 2 surveys that were completed, I know they were almost 4 years apart, somewhere right around there. Were those the same surveys? And when you're taking out those highlights that you pulled, was that because those were the priorities, the number one or the top ones that people shared their concerns or their approval on? Or were they a little different? And so we didn't really get apples to apples.
Yeah, such great questions I think you have there. So I'll go back to the beginning. Were they identical? No. Were they similar? Yes. And what I did try to do was pull out the most impactful comments in the areas that seem to be the most resonant for the community. In fact, one of those surveys you'll see in there has a bunch of quote bubbles you'll see and so forth. And that's exactly what I think Hanover did too. That's really funny. Full disclosure, I probably just used that concept to say, okay, what are those resonant themes that were somewhere almost like for like, if that makes sense. What we had the first time, I looked to both President Behringer and Member Hernandez the board actually gave us some questions that they wanted us to include. And so Hanover was able to build those out. I know there's eliminating bias completely is very, very hard, but I think that's the job of psychometricians to try to do that. But we actually had it was actually in 18, as we built out that survey, it was built out purposely by the board because of the quest of the board to have some of those different questions. Then we rolled one out completely through Hanover that was similar, but not identical, because there were, what you'll see if you haven't, there's a lot there for sure, but you'll see some specific cost saving measures like asking our special education families if they would want to transport their own kids, we would reimburse. That was one of the questions on that survey. And there were other ones specifically. I see some of that, heads nodding now, that those were purposely put forth by the board at that point in time. So that's what made, I think, the largest, your great question, Clerk Lefevre, the notion of identical, that definitely made them different in that regard. But there were certainly very similar, absolutely similar themes, like what's most important to you, all of that. But the first one really outlined a lot of specific schedules, as well. So good questions all for sure.
Yeah. And then were there percentages on, I think you mentioned what, who the voters were, or who was filling out the surveys? Because I noticed one had 2,100, the other one was like 3,600 responses. So was there a percentage? I know you said something about employees, or was it like 80% employees?
Yeah.
Because I'm just trying to get a feel for the community, like, because my job is to support, the students and the people in the community and the employees, but they're voting for me to take care of them. I'm just wondering what the percentage was.
Yeah, and I know you can see me shuffling my papers around here. So yes, that number's there. Thanks for trying to delay as long as you could while I look through these documents here.
And that number, it's not super important to me. I was just curious if it was like a drastic number. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Is it a decrease of respondents, or specifically, what is the question?
Just the out of the total number of people who filled out the survey, what were how many were employees, how many were community members?
Yeah, so in 2013, 2,185 kids. That's the lower number of respondents. Just under half were parents and guardians. 46% were parents and guardians. And then students, 36% were the respondents in that case. And then 19% were the staff members. That's in 2023. So you delayed long enough for me. You helped me out there to get that one.
Okay.
And then I'll just have to look up the other one. I apologize. I don't have it right at my fingertips.
Yeah, so that gives me my answer. Like the community wants that.
Community
that was
wanted more than
2023.
Staff at the high school level wanted to keep the schedule as is. I think their motivation is they're done with their day by 2:00. They can move on with their life and, have the rest of the evening. I know a lot of the teachers do a lot of their planning still, but I think there was a high majority of staff that wanted to keep it the same. At the middle school level, it was the opposite. A lot of the staff members wanted to give it up and make a change. So I think everybody wants to get done early. Just, we can't satisfy everybody.
Yeah, it is. Boy, that is the truth. Yeah. It is a really hard one. It really is. I mean, sleep is the driver on Senate Bill 328, rightly so. But there are a lot of factors that impact this.
Yeah. What I didn't like about our second survey is, I know the psychometricians do a lot of work to make sure that they try to take out the bias as much as possible. But in the second survey, it felt like there were winners and losers in the survey. Like, if you chose this, now elementary school has to start at school at 7 a.m. And everybody's like, whoa, wait a minute. No, I don't want to do that. So it automatically made a lot of negative responses. I think if we were able to figure out or build a schedule where everybody wins, essentially, we don't, nobody starts super early. The high school goes, one period later, you get that additional sleep. We figure out elementary school can sneak in somewhere between high school and middle school. knowing that elementary schools, and I may be incorrect, but may take up less resources as the middle school and high school do because of quantity of buses. A lot of the elementary schools probably have a lot of parents taking them. Hopefully, I know the Vista Verde area, we really wish everybody would walk to school. If they don't, they drive to school still. But I think if we can find a sweet spot in there and present a survey where everybody wins, including the students getting more sleep, I think we get positive results from a survey. That certainly would be crafting it with a wanted bias, but I think presenting the information, knowing that science is behind it. We've already passed resolutions or the school board policy about cell phone usage because the science shows it's bad for you. The science shows that it's rough on kids to not get enough sleep, and more sleep helps. Well, we abide by one bit of science but ignore another one. It just feels like we either follow what is good for kids or we don't. And right now we're waffling between what's easy and what is difficult.
And I would say, the piece I would add to that is we can come up with simply put the cost benefit analysis. And I use that term purposely, right? That economic term, because the costs are more than financial, but we can do that because we've been down that avenue before, right? As we were thinking about that. So I think we can do anything. We just can't do everything in this instance. And Luke Onoveros used to say that all the time. And this is the epitome of it, right? There are absolutely winners and losers in this. There absolutely are, no matter which direction we go. And so the points are well taken, what do we want to elevate to the winner's side, if you will? And what I would say back to where you started with the survey, what I so appreciate about Hanover, and I think, Alan, please tell me if I'm stepping out of bounds here, but they are outstanding about listening to questions, and they will add in anything that would ever be wanted if that's an avenue you want to go down. They're very good at that, for sure. Do you agree with that, Alan? I think they're really helpful that way for us.
They created a graphic for the 2023 survey, but I didn't see one.
Yeah, they didn't back then. They just, I don't want to say, the infographics weren't as available back then for them in that regard. This is helpful, isn't it? The one on this one, it's helpful. It's an easier read for sure.
It would be easier to compare the two if you have them side by side in that format.
Yeah, we could probably ask them to go back in time and do one truly. I mean, it's a cost, but we could ask them to do that. I bet now that I know. Yeah, I mean, they do these much more readily now, don't they, Alan? The infographics. But thanks for bringing that up. I forgot to say they just didn't have it available.
Hanover is very good, very reputable. Yeah. So I think that they provide good data. But what's the desire of the board at this point?
I'm good with it sounds like from that survey that the community 46% was community vote and they wanted to keep it the same. So I'm gonna just say we'll keep it the same. I know it's difficult, but that I don't know if that's an educated decision that they're making because they probably don't have the science that the more sleep time is better for their kids, but
I feel like we really put that message out there.
Yeah,
prior to
I don't
survey.
remember. I should. It was only in 2023, but I don't know what was happening. Like literally none of it is coming back to me. I don't remember it at all. But
I want to make sure I didn't confuse
California
you there, right?
was on fire.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I didn't confuse you though. So that 46%, there were of the respondents, 46% were parents and guardians. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay,
gotcha.
I understand that.
Thanks.
But then out of the total, the percentage to keep it the same was high.
Thanks. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's not exact, but I'm like, meshing them all together in my mind, and my best decision is to keep it the same. That's what I
Well,
like it, but that's what everybody wants.
I'll be honest. I think of surveys, especially post-pandemic, people are over them. I think if we did another one to find out the same information, I think we get lower. Again, this is just my perspective. We get lower number of participants with probably the same outcome. We got a larger amount of participants in 18, and we had a higher level of wanting to keep it the same. And here we now move forward 4 years later, after the pandemic, after being surveyed out, getting surveys after, waking up in the morning after a week, it was another survey. And then there was another survey. I just think that the community has spoken on 2 different occasions, and I'm in favor of just keeping it the same and not spending time looking at the same past practice just to see if we need to change it again and spend more money and time doing it.
So 2023 survey, just pulled it up. The question, do you believe Snowline should consider changing the current school start time? In the high school, 59% of students said yes. 52% of parents said yes. In middle school, 64% of the staff said yes. 53% of the students said yes. I don't think there's anything conclusive that a majority want to stay the same. 59% of high school students said, please change the start time. 2 out of every 3.
But when you drill down with more detailed questions, like, do you want school to start at 8:30? Then the when you
more choices you get, the more nuanced the responses,
Right.
certainly.
Right.
But 59% of students said we need help.
Did they say they need it or they want it? I think there's a difference. I think of course, if I could sleep in longer as a teen, I'm in it. Does that mean I'm less productive throughout the day because, or more productive? I don't know. We've heard other students say getting up early to try to make before school activities now that's not going to be provided by bus transportation. I get it. If we do a survey, I definitely think we need to drill down on some of those details, because the reality is a lot of the after school activities are going to get pushed before with no transportation. And although it's happening in the afternoon or in the evenings, but now parents are home from work, they're able to do that. Whereas in the mornings, they're having to commute to and from work. They're probably not able to get their kids to the early morning activities after, I hate to say after school, but extracurricular activities that they're participating in, and then it goes on. So if we continue with the survey, which sounds like that's kind of what you're inclined to do, then I really think we do need to drill down in making sure a lot more details is brought out, because I just think that there's a lot of unknowns and questions that, and you hate to say it, but a lot of those high school students aren't looking at all those little details unless they're specifically asked about them, and then asking their parent how it affects them to get them to those activities.
I'm certainly aware of the, survey burnout. We've experienced a lot of that. Early LCAP surveys, we had 6,000 plus respondents. I mean, huge numbers. And then just year after year, they dwindle. And I think one of the things that we do is we provide a lot of options, a lot of choices. And in that, you gain a lot of lengthiness to the surveys, which adds to the burnout. You don't want to sit there for 15 minutes answering question after question. I think if this board wants to consider late start times, that we develop a program that includes 3 bells, works for our staff, works for our resources, and then we say to the community, this is our proposal. Are you in favor of it? And these are the reasons that we're supportive of this. Your board has decided that this is something that we want to look at. And I think you give them a very clear choice. They can say yes, or they can say no. But once you give them, what if you start at 7? Well, what if you start at 8? What if you start at 8:30? How about 8:15? It's just like, oh, forget it. You get a lot of people just walking away from it. So
That's true.
the data that I've seen is that students want the help. The question was, do you believe Snowline should consider changing the schedule? Again, almost 60% of the high school students said yes. 52% of the parents said yes. I don't think that is compelling in any way to say that the status quo is acceptable. And considering students, we have one with us tonight.
Absolutely.
Man, you guys all make really good, valid points because I'm on the fence too. Because me and myself, I'm very productive. I mean, I sometimes literally have had 3 practices after school, and with that, I'm not really a morning person, but waking up's not a problem for me. I'll get up, I'll do my hair, whatever. I'll take the time if it's necessary. And I mean, right now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of struggling to stay awake, but with that, I'm on the fence because it's either I start later and my day either extends later and due to practicing and all that, or practices do end up in the morning and stuff like that. And there is inconvenience with that because a lot of the girls on my team, or at least I know, don't have cars, don't have vehicles, don't drive, and they rely on their parents. And with that, I like my afternoon available, to be honest, because I also have to run errands and things as well and do things for myself. And I fit a lot of time in. Even getting a period off, I still have a 6th period off, and I get out of school at least by 1 o'clock. And I'm back at Serrano at least at 3. And I don't even get out until 6. So it's like with that, I'm already starting as early as I can. And I can't imagine starting any later and not having enough time either. With that, I don't know what it's like to not do anything either. So if I didn't do a sport or something, yes, I wouldn't mind that school extending out because it's not like I'm doing much after school anyways. And with that, you can at least go home a little later and do I don't know what people do on their free time. But I mean, I can't say that I would understand that point of view because I really don't, because a lot of my time is taken up by school. So either way, I'm still at the school. Quite honestly, whether it starts later or whether it starts earlier, I'm still at that school for at least 10 hours. And I mean, waking up earlier is not a problem. Waking up later, it is what it is. But taking into consideration those who don't have transportation on hand like I do. I mean, I've driven like the last 2 years, so that's available to me. And I think I even mentioned it in the last meeting is if those practice times start later, even getting out of school earlier, you still have kids waiting around for their practices to start, and not all sports and whatever's going on can fit after school. There's just not enough room. There's not enough space for all of us. I mean, in the season right now, we have basketball, color guard, band, stunt, all trying to fit into the gym, and that's why my practices are later. And I see it both ways, quite honestly, and I can't even sit here and say that I'm on a side or another because I guess I'd have to experience it to understand. But right now, I mean, my schedule's busy, but I still am able to get things done, and I still do have a good amount of time, to get things done. So, I mean, it's hard. It's hard. I know my mom's now starting to work at the high school. She's like, I don't know how you get up this early. This is a struggle. And she has to get there 20 minutes earlier than I do. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I said, but you're out by 2. You have the whole rest of your day. And so I don't know. it's difficult. It really is. But I don't know. I really don't.
So we appreciate your input
Yeah,
because it's very valuable. But I remember when it was instituted, the late start, and sports were pushed back, and our students were still holding the same early release schedule. And so you guys were hanging out waiting for the sports to start.
Yeah.
And so that having a disconnect between the school districts, and trying to align those types of schedules is difficult. But this is one of those real life world problems that's difficult.
Yeah. I'll say real quickly. And first of all, Emma, thank you. I mean, just beautiful comments as always. You just do so well in your role. Really appreciate it. So the February 2023 survey, just drilling down a little bit more, like Member Hernandez said, high school students and parents, they both at about an 85% clip say students would spend the extra time sleeping if a change was made, right? It's a huge number. And I'm just going to go on record saying, to me, the work I've done, the research is pretty clear, right? That later times are needed. The other piece that I'll say that just makes it really hard, that I think Emma just reflected it beautifully, right? It's just so difficult. There's a rule designation in here purposefully, right? And and it's the rule designation, in my view, that makes this really, really hard, because changes to our system require a kind of an equal and opposite reaction, if that makes sense. We make a beneficial change, and then kids are on the bus much longer, right? Or whatever that might be. I mean, it stacks up all the time on, and it just really overloads the rural designation, because it is so hard to do something without having a significant impact on some group. Gosh, I remember, Hernandez, your effort to say, I think if I heard you correctly, was it a very simple 3-bell schedule you said? I think, was that right? Some 3-bell schedule. And I can tell you, I love simplicity is really complex, right? Is my view, but I think your point's a great one. Let's have elementary go early. It's going to be too dark, right? I mean, it's just instantly, it's too dark for them on the one side. Let's have them go at the end, right? It's too dark on that end. I mean, it is a nonstop onslaught, because again, on the rural designation, it is really a challenge. And I'm not saying our schedule is perfect by any means, but there are costs, that come with the change, and we were working toward that. And we could certainly share that with you at some point if that's of interest. We could share a general kind of cost that we were looking at, not just financially, but across the system. Because we were having to think about that. But boy, it's hard, isn't it? Because I get the idea of, in a perfect world, I think we would all say, right, if we all lived in a 1 mile square radius, they'd be all starting pretty close at the same time. And that's what happens down in Rancho Cucamonga, right? Where you've got a school district that is like 4 square miles, right? And they've got 5 schools or whatever. I mean, it's much, much easier. But boy, we're covering 220, I think it's roughly 223 square miles, and it's really hard. And so what I just did was just disappoint all of you, right, in those comments, because it's hard. But I just wanted to capitalize on what Emma said. I mean, what you said, how you're in between, I think you just summarized almost everybody there very, very well. It's a hard. But I'll leave it back to you, President Berenger, if there's direction, right, in terms of what next? Right.
Another survey.
Survey.
So what's the will of the board? Do we want to pursue surveying the community? And
I think the survey at this point, and I'll speak for it since I feel most vocal about this, I think a survey is a little bit premature right now. Like I was thinking that if we come up with a schedule, say it says high school starts at 7:50, 7:55, whatever it may be, so that there's a 0 period to allow those students that need that option, that opportunity. Elementary school starts 35, 45 minutes later, whatever it may be. Middle school starts another 45 minutes later. It might be stretching, the drivers from getting one point to another but I think it becomes, some option in there, in 35 minutes, 45 minutes, may not be the number, but whatever that number is, through you, Dr. Holman, through your profession, through your staffing, through transportation, through site administrators, for everybody to come together and say, we know what's good for students. Here's a schedule that, accommodates as many people as possible, knowing that nobody wants to start earlier, that high school needs to start a little bit later. This is a schedule that we can buy into, that the staff likes, that we think works, And I think this is where the year plus comes into the play. This isn't for the 25-26 school year. Not going to happen. And that's okay, but we're making the work to try to get to something that works and accommodates everybody.
Accommodation, and I think you just said that beautifully. The only piece I would just add, which I know is on your mind and heart, is cost benefit, right? Is at what cost, right? What are those costs? That's the critical piece as I look to build, not just from a financial standpoint, but across the system, in many other ways. And so, absolutely, I know we're on the precipice is probably, I'm overplaying it, but we certainly, like I said, we're looking at geographical designs. But, if we want to add, I'll just throw out numbers 1, 2, and 3. What are the thresholds, right? You want to add $1, 2, 3, $4 million of annual cost to the budget. Again, that's what I say in a very healthy way. I love that term, cost benefit analysis. Mind you, as an economics major, but I just love that concept because costs are more than just financial. And that's what I think where this situation represents a cost benefit analysis to AT. That's why Emma, I think, just explained it so very well. There are costs and benefits on so many fronts, and so we can certainly, President Behringer, again, look for other feedback, but it's certainly something that we could come up with over time.
Well, I shared with everybody, including the excerpt of that 2023 survey. I would appreciate everybody review that, and from my position, I think coming up with a schedule that works, followed by agreements of the board, followed by a survey would be a path forward, but certainly.
Yeah, I was listening to Marcus, but I was also Googling high school start times, which is crazy, but literally almost every country and state that I Google high school start times says 8:30. High school starts at 8:30. And so that and whatever the Academy of Pediatrics say, don't start before 8:30. So everything is saying a little bit later start time is better. Obviously, probably 8:30 wouldn't work for us, but it would be nice to have some type of option. Just listen to the surveys. Initially, I was sold because I thought 46% of the community said that, but they're a little bit misleading. The surveys are because Marcus read his survey and then it started to change my mind a little bit there too. So they're a little bit confusing, and I think if we had a plan to give to the community, like Marcus said, like, hey, this is gonna or give to us, this is gonna cost the district this much money. We're gonna start at 8 o'clock. It's not as late as they say, but it's not as early as we're starting. All of that stuff. I like that idea. I don't know. I want to just do the hard thing and be like, nope, you guys get up early. We're a rural community. We get up before the sun rises and we go to bed after it drops. I want to do that, but but all the stuff I look at, and I know it's hard, leads me to think that somehow we could push it an hour. But I don't know.
Member Martinez.
Well, so you guys know I serve at a different district. The starting time for high school, other ones I serve is at 7:30. So the kids are starting 7:30. We get out about 2:30. Still good time for them. I do agree with Emma saying about the facilities. I know we talked about before this. We talked about the plan for the national fitness, right? Starting. To me, if we create different facilities for them, especially when we only have one high school, not 3, We create that facilities for different activities, so they're not just sharing one place. Or as she said, a band, they have a cheer, they have I think 3, 4 more. Instead of focusing on that as well, for facilities to go there for them, and people allocating that for them to have an expansion of a place where they could be at. Since we are in a rural place and we have snow days, have a place for them is very important. So I know my daughters hustle with that because they did 4 things. They did band, show choir, they did choir and orchestra. So they had to go different, and drama. So they had to split different times. And at times they didn't have enough space. So they were all sharing the communal space and at the drama or the auditorium or rushing to the show choir. So it was hard. I remember that for them. And they were coming in at 7 in the morning. So most of the time, I remember my oldest saying that she was sleeping in drama at the drama club. She would go and lock herself and sleep there for a little bit during her lunchtime. So I know it's hard for the kids. Some kids, I'm sure, like you go home, you're able to go home and see. But I know other ones are driving from Apple Valley just because they love coming here. So the parents are waking up at 5 in the morning just to come to Serrano. So having that problem that they coming in a little bit later, I know helps some. But if we move it to remember Bristol said that at 8 o'clock is to kind of give some leeway to those parents. I'm sure not all of them have the same schedule, but it will help some of the students. So I'm for not too early, not too late, and build some facilities for our students that they need them. That's my take on it.
Okay. Member LaFever. Okay, well, it seems that we all have our hearts in the right place, that we want to do best for the kids. Yes.
I agree with her, honestly, because now that I'm thinking about it, even if I did start an hour late, but there was room and there was space, if we could all practice right after school, we'd be done. You know what I mean? So I feel like even if that was an opportunity, because that's why I start practice like 3 hours after school, is because there is no room. And that's not just for cheerleading either. And especially now that it's cool, nobody wants to practice outside. There's basketball courts outside. There's plenty of area outside for color guard band and all that, but nobody wants to. And so with that, I think maybe if I didn't have practice, or if I wasn't like always productive, if I was just a normal, typical Serrano student, I would want another hour of sleep, to be honest. And I would like a later start. But considering that, I feel like at least a lot of Serrano is involved and has a lot of things going on after school. I gotta look out for those people too, right? Because I know what it's like. So
and you're a perfect example of what we want from a Serrano student, to be very engaged and involved in doing all these wonderful things. And so we need to accommodate all of that, right? So it sounds like there's a consensus of the board to pursue steps in the direction of a later start.
So yeah, that's you can see that catches me a little off guard there. So we're gonna put together a plan. So the consensus is to pursue a later start, or is it to get information on what it would take for the later start?
Let's take information. What would it take?
What would it take? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I apologize for my
Potentially
stumbling there.
come up with a schedule so that we could look at it. If it is feasible, then we could then pursue a survey and everything else.
Yeah, I think
But
that
at
clarity
least the
there. Yeah,
details,
make sure
so that we can look at it, see if it's even worth presenting to the district.
Thank you for that clarity there. I apologize. Yeah, I was making an assumption there that wasn't there. So that's Thank you. I will tell you, you're always so great supporting this. And I know that's a loaded way of me saying this, but boy, this will take a bit of time, right? It's going to take some significant time. This is going to take a lot of resources because I remember we worked on it. Look at a few of us, we worked on it for about a year's time and it was pretty tough. I'm not saying it's going to take a year, but we'll have to allocate some concentrated time. And I just have to say this, I want to be really mindful of the work these folks do and so forth. I know it's going to, it's an allocation of time. And so we'll let you know where we are. I mean, it's a commitment here. So you said, you told us, you directed us, so we'll get it done. I just want to be real honest there. We'll be pulling on some people, so I'll keep it posted on it for sure.
Do you think we can get a once per month update?
Absolutely. We'll give you once per meeting, just to tell you where we are. I just know this is going to be
if significant steps aren't making progress, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's that work, if this took 3, 4, 5 months to craft something that is viable, that seems
just sucks our system.
Pretty fantastic.
Realistic, right?
Yeah.
Pretty realistic.
And then, we are into the next school year and we are ready. We have a plan, survey's done, community's bought in, and, we're looking at 26, 27. I think that's an amazing time.
Yeah.
Can I propose instead of doing a month, is maybe the next meeting provide us with just yourselves an option, giving us a kind of time frame. Hey, give us 6 months to put something together, at least, and then we can give you an update. Hey, this is where we're at. And instead of us, we know what's going to happen. Every item that we bring to the board, it takes 15 to 20 minutes every single time. And if it's brought up next meeting and they're like, hey, this is the update, and that's another 20 minutes, all just to tell us that you're working on it. So to me, I would prefer you guys can come to us next meeting and say, hey, we're looking at being able to provide you with, a few bullet points of things that we've done in 3 months. And then in 6 months, we should be able to provide you with a rough schedule so that in 9 months, we're able to really present this to you guys as a collective effort so that you guys, as a board, when we can really say, let's put a survey together and present it to the community. I just think that if we bring it up every time, it's a lot of work that we're asking each of you to do and the staff to do. And then to bring it up every week, it's a lot more effort from all of us just to continue the right issue. That's what I would propose, so it's not so laboring.
Yeah, thanks very much. And just to add to that, I have weekly meetings too, which are always easy ways. Truly, right? To give updates for sure, right? I say that in a real positive way.
I guess the motivation of my request was that we don't just drop to the back burner and, but yeah, I think that'd be amazing if we had a firm schedule that you said, July, you'll have this update, September, you'll have this update, or whatever that projection is, just so we can say, okay, we'll put a pin in it and know that we will receive information on this meeting. That's great.
Realistic timeline.
I appreciate you being considerate of our time here too.
Not stressing everybody,
Yeah,
stressing
for
the
sure.
system.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure.
So we have a lot going on right now. We have more money to spend on facilities than we've ever had, ever. And we've got a lot of things that we're preparing for that. I just think that I don't want to overwork anyone. We're not burned out.
So if there's no further discussion on that, we'll move on. Yes?
No.
Oh, okay. We'll move on to board member comments, beginning with Clerk Lefevre.
I'm going to say thanks for the presentations today. Phenomenal. I'm always so impressed with the students' ability to communicate, get up and speak. And obviously, every one of them has a little bit different abilities, but it's always refreshing to see how much the students are doing, how much the staff's doing to help the students. and I'm always impressed. So I just want to say thanks again for all that, and commend them for their efforts, and hopefully they'll continue to press forward, helping the community, serving the people that they serve, which is the people who we all serve. So, and then obviously it's great to be part of the board and be part of the process of helping our district be the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hernandez.
Thank you. Similarly, thank you to Pinion Mesa Middle School, and my apologies for fumbling that at the beginning. Ms. Bartlett, no, shade to Quail, your team out there. I know all your students and staff are wonderful and amazing, but Mrs. Miller tonight with her students was absolutely great, and just that presence, I for a moment I thought one of the kids up there was one of the teachers. She was just like speaking so forcefully and so articulate. So I was like, oh yeah, these are just students, and drop back to that. So great work, and again, once again, I think examples of Snowline and the great work we're doing. Thank you to the board. I thoroughly enjoyed the lively conversation tonight. How much we are working on moving this district forward in a number of ways, from facilities to student wellness, thank you to our student board member for your input. I mean, grateful to have you present, grateful to have that input. So just a wonderful conversation tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And Member Bristol.
No comment. Already said it all.
Member Martinez.
Yes, I want to thank Mrs. Miller for bringing the information to the PLC and making a difference in the lives of the students, right? With the advisory committee, the CGF, bringing the information about the ELAC. That always great in my heart to hear how much great and the heart of servitude that these students have. It's amazing that they created a club of 2B. I never heard about it. It's my first time hearing about 2B or 2B, whatever. I know. So there's just the whole thing that she created a game for us to engage in her whole presentation. That was great, and bringing a light to those who don't know what they're doing. That's great, and of course, Pinion Mesa does a great job for getting involved with a lot of students. I know I've gone there and seen how much they do, and to bring that information about dunk tank, she's like, let me not spoil that. That is, they want to have a communion between all of them for us to see that they're a family. That shows how much work they do. I think she said that was Miss Boudron, the one that has the club. So kudos to her for all the great work that she does with the students. And overall, thank you for everything today, for all the information. Thank you.
Very good. Yes, it was a lot of information,
Yes.
and I'm just really grateful for the great student presentations that we get each meeting, because they are such an inspiration. I know to me, and I believe to all of us, that keeps us going and motivated to do what's best for kids. And I think that we've endured a lot of conversation this evening, but I think that it is absolutely what's best for kids. And so I appreciate all of the administration for entertaining us with providing all of the data that we pour over and use to deliberate to make these important decisions. So thank you for all of your collective hard work. And that takes me to our student board member comments. Emma.
Not much, other than I always love seeing the students come in here. It's like it's refreshing. It really is, and it's really fun and exciting. I also really wish that I was still in high school to take the ethnic studies class for Mr. Sullivan, because I think he's going to carry that out so well. I really love being in his AP Gov class. It really is. such an informational class, and I actually feel like this is the most I've ever learned about politics or anything like that. I actually really enjoy it, and he really is such a great teacher. And yeah, I thank you guys for always giving me a chance to talk. I really appreciate it, and I love hearing your guys' different inputs because I mean, man, it's all over the place, but I really enjoy it.
Well, we appreciate your input and comments. Thank you so much.
Of course.
And administrative comments, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, no, I kind of echo what you're saying about loving to hear from the students. And I like, they have a prepared presentation, but then we ask questions. That's almost my favorite part because we're hearing that spontaneous response. And I feel like that's what we get from having them on board, right? You just get that genuine response, and it's very valuable, I think, to the conversation. One little thing I would want to add that I was hoping would be on our facilities thing tonight was we had talked with OneSource. You guys approved that contract to digitize the plan room, and we were hoping to have back the timeline for them to complete that, and it wasn't in time for the presentation, but it was in my email here. So he said they'd be looking at like a 3-month timeline, and they're ready to go anytime we are. So hopefully we can get that going, and then that will help with Julie and her plans for that room over there, that grant. Will help us have our information at our fingertips instead of in filing cabinets for all these facility projects that are coming up. So that's all I have.
Digitizing is wonderful.
Yes,
It's going
that
to,
will
I'm
be-
sure, be much more efficient.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it going to
Thank
be
you.
Tony Stark style where he keeps pulling up?
I
and
know,
sending
right?
in? Yeah.
Yes, not on our budget.
That's more than 50,000.
And Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you. Yeah, just once again, great job to Pinion Mesa for the presentation tonight. Wrightwood Elementary School will be joining us on the 25th, so look forward to hearing from them. Just give you an update on the LCAP survey. We're just south of 2,000 surveys. We've got the window open until the 21st, which is next Friday. We're going to do a couple final campaigns or pushes to get as many survey respondents as possible. Got a really high rate of student survey completion this year, which we're excited about. I'm sure that number will go up as well. Thank you to Serrano High School and NTS for their ethnic studies presentation tonight. I really appreciate the interest and the questions that came about with that presentation. And you've got my personal assurance that this is going to be done with dignity and respect and in a way that honors all perspectives for student learning.
Very good. Thank you. And Mr. Primo.
Thank you very much. Probably just two. I would say thanks to everybody in Snowline, our staff. There's a lot going on in the world right now, a lot going on in our country, and everybody comes to work and does a fantastic job educating kids, students, staff, parents, all supporting our community, trying to keep our focus on what really matters. And I see Ashley out there. I know Matt's probably listening, or maybe he'll watch the rerun. But again, really what it comes to is we have great people in Snowline, and I appreciate it, and I thank your leadership as a board. Kind of mirror that in even tonight's discussion. And then on a personal note, Destination Imagination, my wife, Melanie Primo at Wrightwood Elementary, on all of the students. We also have, I think it's Windsor, Belcher, and Amy McConnell they're going to be bringing students down on Saturday, February 22nd. So that's between now and the next board. And that'll be at the Norton Science and Language Academy down in San Bernardino on a Saturday. And I believe they're at 6 different student groups, ages 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We'll get a chance to compete against other Southern California groups. So if you get an opportunity and you don't have anything to do that day, I think they start pretty early, but a really opportunity to perform in various ways. Certainly there's technical challenges, there's community service challenges, but again, a great opportunity just to see STEAM in action, kids that are motivated, they're doing clubs after school. And again, in this particular case, again, February 22nd down in San Bernardino. Thanks so much.
And thank you for volunteering to be an appraiser again, once again this
Absolutely.
year. And Miss Rachel.
I have said it before, I'll say it again. The student presentations will always have my whole heart. I'm so grateful to see all of our wonderful school sites. Our administrators come in here and they've all worked so hard. And I'm so impressed with the turnout we have every time from every school site, with not only just the parents, but the students and their willingness to do hard things and address the board and, you know, be recorded on YouTube and all these different things that I would have been terrified to do. So I love how brave they are. I love our fearless administrators, especially the two that are still sitting in the audience right now, Ms. Barber and Ms. Bartlett. And I loved especially seeing all three of Miss Bartlett's girls here in the audience tonight. And that really warms my heart, because we are a Snowline family ultimately, and that's why we are all here. These students have such a bright future, and I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to sit here during these meetings and see that. And, you know, also communicating with Emma and hearing all of her wonderful experiences as she's, you know, going to be starting the close of her senior year. And she mentioned that she's just finishing up with cheer and, you know, all of these big events that are going to be taking place. And what an exciting time. So it's so great to have you here, Emma. We're very grateful for your time and your dedication. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foxley. And Dr. Holman.
Thanks, President Behringer. How about two items to just consider? Freedom Writers are here, right? Erin Gruwell, the famous teacher, right, who's been just captured so beautifully in film, right? Her team is out here tomorrow at Chaparral High School, Quail Valley Middle School, 2 days in a row. 2 wonderful days. Wedged in there, a parent meeting as well. Take advantage of that if you'd like. That's on the 19th, from the parent meeting, 4:30 to 6:30, if I'm not mistaken. Great opportunity to see how that work is done in a powerful way to lift up kids to be successful. So thanks to everyone involved, with a special thanks to Ms. Bartlett for supporting that piece. We greatly appreciate that. And another one too, Pathways to Success, out at the San Bernardino County Fairgrounds. That is on Thursday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. What is that? That is a wonderful event. We've been doing it for years. We'll bus out our kids, as do all the other high desert school districts, to the fairgrounds to look at career opportunities. It's a powerful event. Primary sponsor is Victorville Motors. Thank you, Victorville Motors. Kevin Smiling is the individual who heads it up. I just love that partnership that we have with them too. So just some considerations there for sure. Want to say welcome aboard to our new sergeant in town, Trevor Malincic. I got to meet him at the Phelan Chamber of Commerce. Looking forward to working with him. It was great to make that connection. And also say many thanks to Sergeant Mark Rios. He was just a real wonderful community member who is going on to another position. So welcome aboard, and thank you, Sergeant Rios. I think there was allusions to the idea of the community school grant. I will tell you, writing grants is a very challenging task. Writing a community schools grant is even more so. And so to Dr. Julie Hurst, who headed that up, all of the administrators who contributed to that, all of the other staff members, and a special thanks, Katie Bedell and Michael Berenson, who really made that happen. It was close to 500 pages long, I think. It's a, you know, that just does probably small justice, but just want to say thanks to people who are looking for opportunities to improve our school district. And it happens in so many ways. There's another beautiful way. We'll look forward to hopefully some good news. Speaking of improving our school district, and specifically Bill, Alan, Sean, and myself, thanks to the board for supporting Leadership Associates in our 360-degree survey. We've talked about it before. I just want to say we know that we're not immune to getting better. We need to get better. And so I just want to thank all of you at the board level for allowing us to have the coaches, to have that process, to get feedback, to say, Ryan, you're not doing well here. This is where you need to get better. And we're working on that collectively as a team, as well as our individual areas. That says a lot. And I think that's hopefully hopefully the model that should be existing at all points in time. Greatly appreciate that for sure. And please know that at the next meeting, I have my second informal evaluation with the San Bernardino County consultants as well. So I really appreciate all these opportunities for myself to get better, need to get better, and these will help me for sure. Many thanks to Rachel Wadsley, who with the help of the secretaries went through the law enforcement present protocol and made certain that when law enforcement comes onto sites that the secretaries were prepared for that. Rachel, thank you for doing that really, really good work. That speaks back to what we tried to do at the Leadership Council with our leaders as well, is make certain that amongst our core values, a safe environment is necessary all the time. Consistent, predictable, positive, safe, nurturing environments for all kids, all staff at all times, because that's what is their right. And I love the fact that you made certain that our secretaries understood how we can do the work that's necessary to ensure that safety exists at all points in time. Thank you so very much for sure. And many thanks to our leaders as well, because that's always needed, right? Is safety at the highest of levels, because that's one of our core values and our commitments. I want to give a shout out to Toronto High School. The Parent Attendance Intervention Network was in full display. And I think you might have been part of it at 2:00. Was that right? Did you go to the 2:00 session? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry for assuming wrong there. But what I would say is it was just a great example of 6, 7, 8 wonderful staff members meeting with parents as they invited them at either 7:00 or 2:00 or 6:00 at night, whatever fit their schedule, to talk about how their kids can improve their attendance, or on a full day basis, or their attendance specific to not having tardies to class. And to get direct feedback, it's one thing to tell them, it's another thing to say, here's how we can help. Really appreciate that wonderful example that happens at all of our school sites. I don't say it enough, how great innovative programs are put in place to try to connect those partnerships in service of kids getting better in terms of their outcomes here at school. So that was really powerful to see. Thank you, Toronto High School, for sharing that example. And then the last one I'll say, Robert Chacon, I just really appreciate probably what we'll be doing over the next couple of few days here are those early morning drives. I want to share out to, from our worldwide headquarters right here in Phelan, California, Snowline Joint Unified School District. That process is one that, of course, again, we get up very early in the morning. We'll drive all the routes from the desert to the mountains and everywhere in between in our 220 square miles to ensure the safety of our school district. I say that, but please keep in touch with Robert Chacon and the good work he does on the marketing side to put out information on weather, information specific to how we do this work. Connect if you haven't already connected. It's one thing to connect to see if Ryan's going to say there's a snow day. It's another thing to connect and ensure the safety of the facilities, the safety of the roads. Robert does an outstanding job in that regard. And like I said, somehow we might have to make a couple drives over the next few days. So we'll look forward to that. So thanks there, President Berenger, for letting me share all of that.
Very good. Well, thank you for everybody's comments this evening, and there being no further business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Second. Anna, your preferential vote.
I approve.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None. We are adjourned.